So welcome to Prague, at least in this form. Welcome to the Charles University. Last time the workshop of this working group was held at the University of Economics, and we were co-organizer. But this time we are located really at the Charles University, Faculty of Science. Hopefully next time you can see it also personally, which it's for you who are only online with us. I would like to welcome all the present participants. There is a few of us who are presently here, and we will do our best to stay in touch with all of you online. This is really a challenge. This workshop is about challenges, so that's why we took this challenge, to really keep touch between us here presently and you all online. This whole workshop is streamed online on YouTube. You received some information with the links, so feel free to share it, and it will be online after the end of this workshop. So this is my colleague, probably you know him.
Hi, I'm Peter. I think with many of you already know. I'm from the other university from Prague, from University of Economics and Business in Prague. And the same thing, I want to welcome you here in Prague, virtually or presently. And I hope we will have a very nice workshop. As I was a member of organizing team with Jon and Clara, we went through all abstracts, and I can say that we have very nice 2.5 interesting days full of demography, full of mortality models, and the other interesting things. I hope we will have a successful meeting and especially discussions. I'm very looking forward to discussions of this work group, and thank you for your attending.
Yeah, and I have only some technical remarks. We are on Zoom platform. We all who are presented here, we are online through this lecture room, so you can see that the name of this virtual participants in the corner is Pravá Rýsovna. It's the name of this lecture room, and we all together are a member of this Zoom meeting. All of us can join us also from our personal computers, all of us present participants. We can join it. However, there is important note for the present participants. Please mute your computer and switch off the microphone. You can use only the screen. You can share. You can present from your personal computers, but mute it and switch off the microphone, because everywhere here are microphones. For the online participants, you can, of course, use your personal computer. You have no other chance. For a presentation, please unmute it and switch on your microphone when you are speaking. But when you are not speaking, please switch off the microphone and wait for the discussion. When someone is presenting, just please switch everything off. It's because of the technical issues, and don't worry, there will be enough time for any discussion, any comments, and you can say anything you want to say. So this is Zoom. Then there is another application. It's the online application where the poster session is placed. You have the link for it, and don't worry, it's something like a computer game. So you can walk there, meet other participants, discuss with the authors of the posters. If needed, we can make some manual for you or some small video tutorial, but it's very easy, and hopefully you will get in, because today in the evening we have a small social event. For the present participants, we are here and we will have some refreshment and fun. And all of you are fully welcome through the application, because there is also some social event where we can also join together for a while. So try it. It's a challenge. So I think that's all what we
From our
need
side,
to know.
and I think Jan.
Yeah, of course, Jon will welcome us. But I think that's all what we have to mention at the beginning from the technical point of view. If you have any questions, if you have any troubles and you don't know how to solve it, just let me know. If you want to try your presentation before your session, just let me know and we can try it. Today we did it almost without any problems. So this is everything from Prague and we can switch to Israel to Jon. The floor is yours, Jon.
Hi, welcome everybody. First, I'll start off by saying I'm very disappointed because when we planned this in the winter, we were very hopeful that by now the COVID will be behind us and we can just get back with our lives and we can travel and we can all meet up in Prague. Unfortunately, there's an expression that men make plans and God laughs, and God is laughing very loudly right now. So we have to meet, and I can see lots of faces of people I'd like to walk up to and say hi, and so just please accept the hi community and so on. But I'm very pleased we have been able to put this together. And this is an important meeting because this meeting marks the move of the working group and the working group meetings from a traveling circus to a permanent home. Because I've been organizing this with various different people over the last almost 20 years, and I'm slowly moving the baton over to Clara and Peter in Prague, who will be organizing it more or less in a permanent home in Prague now. So we will be meeting, which means that next year we can make up for this year and meet up in Prague. That's the good news. I'm not going anywhere, I hope. I'm still here and I will be, and I'll be working with you, and I hope to be attending and participating actively in many more workshops. But and it's a shame that our first permanent workshop in Prague is largely a virtual one, but that's the way, let's say, God is laughing. So I'm looking forward to lots of very interesting papers. And the only thing I can say is it's warmer here than it is in Prague. Probably about 10 degrees or so warmer. But otherwise, that's the only advantage I have here. So we'll meet in the sessions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jon. I already mentioned it to Jon that he is still very, very important and very needed for this working group. So thank you. And it's true that it's not very, very good weather here just now. So
It's not raining. It could be worse.
yeah, it could be worse. So hopefully we are prepared for the start of the round table. One just really last note, we are sorry for any technical issues which might happen. This is really our first experience with this hybrid type of workshop, and it's, as I mentioned, it's a challenge. So this workshop is a challenge, and from the technical point of view is the same. So we are sorry if there is any problem, and we will do our best to solve it as soon as possible. So please be patient with us. And I think that now we are ready for the first part, official part of this workshop. What's the roundtable? The roundtable is organized like a block of ideas, small presentations or talks. Patrick will start, Jon will follow, and we will do our best to add something. And then there is time for a discussion. We all can join the discussion. If you would like to say something, you can raise your hand. On the bottom side of the Zoom, there is the raise your hand button, Or you can write us to the chat in Zoom and we will know that you want to say something. If you are here personally, just raise your hand physically. We will switch the camera now so you can see the whole lecture room. It's almost empty now, so
Not empty.
not really empty, but
Here.
almost empty. This is the lecture room.
Yeah.
Hopefully it will be more full.
It seems empty, but this is because of the distance we
Yeah.
have to keep. You understand, I think.
Of course, we keep the distance. Yeah. In the screen we are small, but we are here. You will hear us. You will see us. So we are ready to start the roundtable. So I will switch to Patrick, if he can share the presentation which he had.
Okay, hello. I will try to start to share.
We can hear you.
If this is working, you see the
Perfect.
presentation?
We
do.
can see it.
We do.
Fine. Thank you very much for inviting me for sharing my thoughts in this round table. In fact, I will try if, well, is it going? Yes. I will try to avoid very briefly 3 different points. First, I will start with the historical estimates of population and the consensus around it, the discussion about the consensus. Life expectancy as an indicator of progress will be the second part, and the third part will be on the ongoing debate. Ongoing debate, in fact, to illustrate that the dominant view of the so-called consensus on historical population estimates is in fact often discussed, and that many researchers have put question marks on some conclusions of the dominant view with their empirical findings. So I will try to illustrate it briefly by giving some examples of this questioning coming from different angles, from demographers, but also from historians and from archaeologists and paleodemographers and so on. And in fact, this is a little bit a continuation of a presentation I already did for the REVS network some months ago, discussion about the opposition between the changing body and the changing society. And this is always available online, but I will move on and with some further thoughts about the whole discussion on these topics. Let's first look at the size of the world population over the last 12,000 years. This is from our World in Data, a very, very good website where you can find a lot of data on demographics, but also on many related topics of economy and so on. And their graph on the world population evolution is a very typical graph. Everybody knows this. You can also see this mid-14th century bump where you have there the bubonic plague coming and well, almost halving the population of Europe at that moment, according to different sources. But it's a very classical view. An interesting paper has been published some years ago, and I think it has been too much unnoticed, in fact, by the large community of demographers. And it's a paper from John Caldwell and Thomas Schildmeyer in 2002 in Population and Development Review, Historical Population Estimates Unraveling the Consensus. Population estimates, in fact, they go largely back to one single source, the work of Wilcox at the beginning of the 20th century. And for Wilcox, when you look at how he was thinking about population growth, for him, the increase of the Earth's population is the only quantitative test and proof of the progress of mankind. So it was really in the spirit of the beginning of the 20th century, and in fact, you can say of the 19th century, the idea of the general progress of mankind. And medicine, very well known in among economists, also returns, in fact, to Wilcox's contention that the population increase was evidence of the economic revolution in Europe. And his population figures from Madison before 1500 are based on the work of Morbidity and Jones, published in 1978 in the Atlas of the World Population History. So it's interesting to see that John Caldwell and Thomas Schmidtmeyer, they quote this work of Morbidity and Jones, and they show in fact that they consider that they mostly took over earlier estimates, and many of them from German historians who make some estimations about past populations. And an interesting quote is the following one: consistency, of course, provides comfort rather than proof. And we wouldn't attempt to disguise the hypothetical nature of our treatment of the earlier periods. But we haven't just pulled figures out of the sky. Well, not often. Well, I think this is a very interesting quote of Morbidity and Jones, because it illustrates, in fact, how we demographers have a period of demographic history and then a prehistory that in fact starts already in, well, you can say the middle of the 18th century, depends a little bit from where we want to start. But what was the remark of John Caldwell, the conclusion of John Caldwell and Thomas Schmidtmeyer about all their research on this population estimate is that the consensus, in fact, was never a consensus. But the concept of a consensus has affected dozens of writers in related fields who needed guidance on population trends. And the danger is that the consensus, for all its dubious construction, will continue to weigh heavily on researchers. There will accordingly be a continuing danger of circularity in thinking, of coming to conclusions from estimates of population change that will at least partly incorporate our presumptions about population change. I think it's worthwhile to overthink these remarks and conclusions of Caldwell and Schmidtmeyer. When you look at a very good and interesting work of Lidivaci, A Concise History of World Population, even in the 6th edition of 2017, you can see that in fact this idea that has been developed on this progress of world population, seen as a crude index of prosperity, is still going on, still living. And in one of the first tables Massimo gives, population, total births and years lived, you see this population growth is here also present, and it impacts, in fact, all the parameters of births, and for us, for instance, of life expectancy, having a life expectancy in the historical past of humanity of about 20 years, and around the Roman times, about 22 years of life expectancy, and in the middle of the 18th century, 27 years, and then worldwide life expectancy in the 1950s was about 35 years. So that's an idea that's well, largely shared by a lot of people, but it's surely also present in the population at large. But in fact, when we look at what we have of data, well, for population data, we often refer to the Swedish data as being the best data we have, and they are the ones we based upon to make also our analysis about past mortality. But it's a well-known fact that in fact even the Swedish data are really reliable, let's say from the middle of the 19th century, and that between 1750 and 1860 we have only 5 years estimates, there are a lot of rounding problems with the data and so on. But okay, it's at least some quantitative data that we can use. And for the rest, we have, of course, some work that has been done in different countries. Best known is the one of Riley and Schofield about the parish registers in England, where we can go back further back in history, but still where the data become even more difficult to interpret, but they are a source we can use for having at least some empirical facts for to reflect upon. So that's about this, how this population data are in fact influencing on data, on our thinking. And I think one of the best illustrations of how it's influencing our thinking about mortality is this graph, this illustration that we can find in the work of Dublin, Lotka and Spiegelman of 1949, average length of life from ancient to modern times. And this is part of the second chapter, life table as a record of progress is fundamentally the same idea. And we can see that in the Greek time there, they use Angel, the work of Angel, and the estimation of Angel for Greece was that the life expectancy of the Greek population over about, well, 4,000 years, because Angel was bringing together his data for an estimated period of more than 4,000 years, is about 18 years. And then Pearson gives some estimation for Rome of 22 years, and then you can see Russell, Middle Ages, England, 33 years. And so you have really this idea of progress going on till 1946. Although Dublin and Lotka well aware of that these data are are only giving a certain aspect of this progress, their idea was fundamentally that our industrial evolution has not been without a very big repercussion upon human life in its more strictly biological aspect. And perhaps the most obvious and the most important effect of an immensely increasing command over nature has been to render possible a rapid and unprecedented expansion of the human race. The same idea is coming back. Now, a striking fact regarding this increase of population is that since about the first quarter of the 19th century, it has not been due to an increase in the birth rate, but to a marked diminution in the death rate, or as it may alternatively be expressed, to an increase in the average length of human life. So they were aware, Dublin and Lotka, of the distinction between two concepts. They say two fundamentally different concepts of measures must be clearly distinguished, namely the lifespan on the one hand, and the mean or average length of life on the other. The lifespan as an individual, a lifespan of an individual. And the lifespan they regard this as well as the extreme limit set to human life by old age. It's not an exact figure. We know only that very few men ought to have 1 century, so that in round numbers we may say that the human lifespan is not much over 100 years. No, there is no evidence that this lifespan, this extreme limit, has changed materially with historical times. That was their general appreciation. At the same time, they were going to some empirical facts, and they said Bormann lists 8 cases that satisfied him as having lived 108 or more years, and the age of the oldest, a Canadian male, was 113 years and 24 days. That was for the present. But for the past, they have a very fixed idea. The most that can be said is that the average prehistoric man lived a relatively short life by modern standards, with a rather small chance of surviving even to 40 years of age. That's for the prehistoric man. And you can see that this kind of idea is largely shared at the moment. For instance, we have an interesting book, Social Life of Early Man, that has been edited by Washburn, and there you have the citation of Henri Valois. Henri Valois being one of the most prominent anthropologists in France at that moment. And Henri Valois, he said, few individuals past 40 years, and it is only quite exceptionally that any past 50, it's about the prehistoric man, and all this was based on the evidence of skeletons. But, and then we can start with some points of discussion of debate. The evidence of skeletons. When you look at several recent papers, you can see that in fact the evidence of skeletons is much less an evidence than we think about it. In a 2000 article on biological anthropology of the human skeleton, Miller and colleagues summarized the state of the art regarding age estimation of skeletons. And they underline the continued challenge of accurate age estimation. And in a review article on paleodemography and age estimation in 2019, Ubleker and Khosrow-Washashi pointed out that the improved methodology in recent years is still confronted with major problems, even in the age determination of recent skeletons. So, an interesting debate was also started in France, and one of the prominent figures in this debate was a paleodemographer, Claude Masset. In an article in 1994 already, he was discussing this age estimation based on skeletons. On this base, many studies have been published, he says, and whatever the period that they are making an estimation on, they all have extremely astonishing characteristics that are the same. People died very early. In the dans la fleur de l'âge, in fact, where they were very young and healthy, and at 40 years old, people were already un vieillard, were already a very old person. And at 55, nobody survived. Even more strange, the early dying fact of women made it very difficult to think about how our species could have continued in the past. And he goes on with explaining how these estimations are often erroneous. And thanks to the information of Gilles Plisson, when I gave a similar talk in Paris 1 week ago, Gilles Plisson, he was showing me an article that I didn't know of Claude Masset. À quel âge mouraient nos ancêtres in Population and Societies of 2002. And it's also translated in English, eliminating the elderly population by removing the estimation spans. And in this article, Claude Masset shows clearly how even with the very difficult estimation methods of trying to look at skeletons in past societies, there was even a more radical problem with these estimations because of estimation spans were often not used when the average was calculated. And he shows how, in fact, this way of using the estimated ages of skeletons was making that the age spread become very narrow, and that many individuals were dying at very young ages when based on these skeleton records. A similar article discussing how we have to look to the past evidence of longevity and of life expectancy was the article of Keith Hopkins in 1966 on the probable age structure of the Roman population. In fact, he was starting as a historian from another point of view, from looking at the population of Rome, and it is one of the first critical reviews on the methodology of the work of several writers who used skeletons in the past and who used also epitons on graves to make estimations on population and life expectancy. And in this article, he accepts, in fact, the general conclusions of an average expectancy of life between 20 and 30 years. Because he argues that it seems reasonable and demographically probable. But at the same time, he puts into question the methodology, and he argues that the distribution of age at death, even between the ages of 10 and 60, is mostly demographically impossible and always highly improbable. This work of Keith Hopkins, well, it has been a lot more elaborated by Walter Scheidel of the Stanford University. Scheidel is probably one of the leading historians on Roman history for the moment. And in a very interesting article of 2001, Roman Age Structure, Evidence and Models, he is in fact discussing how the use of model life tables have even made it more difficult to have a good estimation of the past life expectancy in the Roman period. But just to give a few citations of his work, there is no compelling reason to believe in the representative nature of local data samples with regard to whole regions or the entire Roman world, even if they could somehow be shown faithfully to mirror local conditions. To make matters worse, it is usually impossible to rule out reporting biases, even if attested patterns happen to conform to model predictions. And finally, most of the few reported matches between evidence and models can be shown to be fortuitous or the result of observer preferences. Well, we can jump to other periods in history and we can find the same discussions coming up. The Making of Europe is an interesting critical book in the beginning of the 90s by Bartlett, and he questioned, in fact, the work of Joseph Russell, for instance, of 1948. According to Russell, the medieval population in England was about 1.1 million in 1086 and increased to a peak of 3.7 million just before the Black Death. And it is the work of Russell that is used in this book of Dublin and Lotka, where you can find the life expectancy in the 13th century. But discussing the population in medieval England, Robert Bartlett explicitly shows how adapting different hypotheses, the population could be between 1.2 million and 2.4 million around 1086, and could reach easily a peak between 3.9 million and 6.6 million in the 14th century. And of course, when you move to that kind of hypothesis, then everything changes about the parameters you are using concerning mortality and fertility in the England of the Middle Ages. Sheila Ryan Johansson, in a review that appeared in Population Studies in 1994, discussed an interesting book of Benediktov, and the book of Benediktov is very interesting to read, the medieval demographic system of the Nordic countries. But Johansson was pointing out something different, and that was the hypothesis that Benediktov was making about life expectancy in the Nordic countries. The author's reconstruction of the demographic system of the Nordic countries from about 1000 to about 1500 begins with the fact, and she underlines the fact, that life expectancy at birth in medieval Scandinavia was normally close to 20 years, even before the plague, greatly reduce the region's population. He passes slightly over the well-known difficulties involved in assigning a reasonable precise age adept to adult skeletons, particularly to older ones. So, in fact, Jonathan, for the Middle Ages, does exactly the same as Scheidel does for the Roman period. But just to finish a little bit this ongoing debate, I will illustrate from a completely different angle how we have maybe to think or rethink our discussion of the past. Because often the question that is put forward is the question that if mortality is too low, then fertility has to be extremely low, so there has to be a problem. Or inversely, if life expectancy is too low, then fertility has to be very high to assure that there is a constant growth rate of the population, and not a negative growth rate. And often the discussions point out that, for instance, if we have a life expectancy of between 20 and 30 years, then we need to have about 6 to 7 children per woman to have at least 3.5 women then becoming reproductive age for each woman, and so on. But that what is often neglected in the discussion is that when we think about the mean number of children per woman, we have to take into account also single women who remain single for their entire life. And interestingly, you have this work relatively recently, 20 years ago, from Bennett and Froude, who brought together several works of researchers on the existence of single women in the European past. And they summarized in Europe between 1250 and 1800, lifelong single women were quite common, usually accounting for 10 to 20% of all adult women. Their numbers were always swelled by life cycle single women who would eventually marry, but had not yet done so. So they made a distinction between this lifelong single woman and life cycle single woman. In England in 1377, almost 1/3 of all adult women were single. In Florence, 50 years later, single women accounted for about 1/5 of women. And in Zurich, 50 years after that, nearly half of all women have never taken a husband. In most places, proportions of single women grew even larger in the 16th century and peaked thereafter. Well, this is also questioning, because the 16th century is, well, the century is a century known as a century of war and diseases. Still, humanity needed to maintain at least a stable population, or not having a negative rate of population growth. So all of this, I think, has to make us questioning about how we are looking at the past. What kind of reflection do we need? It's not a plea for a romantic, neither an apocalyptical view of the past that I do know. It's not a denial also of the progress we realized when it's clear that life expectancy nowadays has never been reached in the past of humanity. But we have to combine the insights of different disciplines and integrate evidence outside our own field of research. And we have to be open for a critical review of what is considered a consensus, without gliding toward relativism. We need absolutely, and I think it's very important, to replace a linear, or what I call a teleological view, that's having a view as there is a purpose or a directive principle in history. We need to replace this teleological view by a more evidence-based approach, accepting complexity and diversity in post-demographic regimes. And we have to build on the insights of evolutionary thinking for this. And we have also to be aware of how each sub-question contributes, at one hand, to a better global understanding, but on the other hand, each sub-question can also complicate correct estimations of the other parameters. So what kind of questions do we need to address, I think? Some examples from quite easy to more complex, but all are somewhere intrinsically related. The idea that there are no old persons in the past, or that a person of 40 years was already old. I am aware of the fact that most demographers don't adhere to this view, but still you can see that in different other fields of science you find this idea that a person of 40 years was already very old in the past. The idea that few people became old, that 80 was already extremely old, and that centenarians didn't exist. Well, we can find some of our colleagues who are defending very, ideas that are not very far away from this. So it's already more difficult to discuss this point. Life expectancy at birth has never been higher than, and I left it open because we can find all kinds of figures for this, from 18, 20, 35, 40 years for the whole historical past. In fact, the idea that the whole past of humanity has always been a past with a high mortality. Well, maybe we have to discuss this, if this is correct, and if there were not places where mortality was maybe lower than, for instance, in the middle of the 19th century, where we have data from. The idea that infant and child mortality has always been extremely high in the past. Many of these questions are also relevant today, because often they are related to the fixed lifespan discussion and the potential increase in life expectancy in the future. But we can discuss this later on. So, how to progress? I think we have to think about a better defined framework, and some suggestions for a framework to consider are the following one. The biology and physiology of the human species didn't in fact fundamentally change since the arrival of modern humans. There are some changes, but there are minor changes, and they need a long evolutionary process before they impact on the biology or the physiology of humans. Humans have a potential individual lifespan of 110 to 115 years. Well, here we can find some different research going from different disciplines and arriving at the same idea. Even in anthropology and paleoanthropology, we have several researchers who, based on similarities with other big apes, for instance, have arrived to an estimation of a lifespan of 110, 115 years, even for the Neanderthalers. Aging with frailty and system failures are inherent for all living creatures. Mortality risks by age are not fixed, but determined by the aging process and the age-specific interaction with the environment. The environment is always changing. Think about climate pathogens. In fact, when we look about how COVID was now entering our lives, and how it did have a very age-specific mortality pattern, and that was a different mortality pattern, for instance, than the Spanish flu, the so-called Spanish flu, that did have a specific high mortality among young people. Human action has an important impact on this changing environment, of course. We have to think about not only the evolutionary process, biologically speaking, and the environment in general, but we have to think about how we humans culturally change this environment. And life expectancy is by definition a social indicator. Life expectancy is a mean, is in fact reflecting how, let's say, longevity is attained, or how early mortality is avoided in a society. It's always reflecting the chance.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I'm not sure whether there is a need of some quick reaction for this presentation, or we can save it for the discussion at the end of the roundtable. Only if there is really a quick remark or anything like that. If not, I think that we can ask Jon for his reaction and his point of view. So, Jon, if you can share your presentation. Now we cannot hear anything or see anything.
Give me 1 second, I have to
Sure.
recreate what I did a couple of hours ago.
Perfect. We can wait a second. Yeah, it starts to appear. Perfect.
You see my presentation?
Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, excellent. So if Patrick's been talking about the long view of history, I'm going to take a very, very short view of history. As you can see, we are in year 2 of COVID. It's only in the last 1500 years or so that we've been counting years from one particular fixed point. Before the calendar always changed according to whichever city you were from or who the king was. And we are now in year 2 of COVID. What I want to look at basically is the whole issue of what's being called supermortality in the last couple of years. There's been, as you know, a lot of investigations and papers, and I've been asked to review all sorts of papers on supermortality. Some of them looked at deaths directly attributable to COVID, which of course is a problem because who died of COVID and who died with COVID, we've no idea. Also, once you start comparing different countries, the policies change, the definitions change, the testing procedures change. Comparison becomes very, very difficult. So then we say, okay, let's just look at total excess mortality, which is also problematic. First of all, what do we mean by excess? To have an excess, you have to know what we expect. To have an excess, you have to say, well, this is all due to COVID. But there have been other things, there have been climate changes, all sorts of things going on, which may have nothing to do with COVID. So what I want to suggest is that basically both these approaches are doomed to failure. You can get good headlines, but at the professional level, they're liable to degenerate into methodological squabbles. So of all, population increases, as population size goes up, excess mortality goes up. Democracy reduces excess mortality. Asia, Australia as a region reduce excess mortality. If we take the average of all this, we have about a 15% increase in mortality over the 5 years preceding. And in fact, at least at the statistical level, democracy seems to push out of the door issues of the general level of mortality, the level of standards of living. Democracy, the political issue, becomes more salient than the social demographic issues. But we have to, but a warning. You know, we take the data and say, okay, let's see what the data are telling us. The data are very, very biased. You can see the full democracies, what the Economist Intelligence Unit defines as full democracies, they're all represented. All their countries are here with data. The flawed democracies, most of their countries are represented. The hybrid regimes, most of their countries are not represented, though a large number are comparatively. And the authoritarian regimes, most of them are not represented. So in other words, we're seeing very, very non-representative batch of countries, and we're trying to draw conclusions from that. So we can say, yes, most of the countries for which we have data had excess mortality in 2020 compared with the 5 preceding years. The size of the excess was weakly related to the general level of mortality, to the size of the country, to its wealth. It was also weakly related to the type of government. Democracies fared better. Countries in Southeast Asia and Australasia fared better. These are mainly islands and limited land access countries. But there's a close relation between the type of government, the wealth, and the level of mortality. Statistically, the type of government predominates. The more democratic countries have fewer excess deaths. Does this rule out the effect of wealth, of mortality levels? I have no idea. So if we look forward to dealing with this catastrophe, which continues and which keeps us apart, so we're talking by Zoom and not personally. First of all, we may hypothesize that 2021 will not be a good year either, and mortality levels will be high, possibly higher than 2020. But we also know 2020 was a year of muddling through. In 2021, we may expect more coherent policies. There are vaccinations, countries are learning from past experience, and so on. However, coherent policies require an ability to make decisions, even unpopular ones, an ability to implement these decisions, and the acceptance and cooperation of the population in their implementation. So I would expect the form of the state to be even more important in 2021 than in 2020. But let's be careful. The data are not represented. And in particular, countries with low mortality, a high GNP per capita, and democratic government are overrepresented. And this lack of data from other countries is itself symptomatic of their lack of resources, their lack of state efficacy, their lack of ability to gather data. So what we're liable to see over the next year is a polarizing world. We're already seeing this in terms of vaccinations between those who can cope and who can live with COVID and those that cannot. And so far, we might add that those that can cope do not seem over-eager to help the others. Maybe when they get their own house in order, they might realize there's an advantage to sharing, to altruism. We have yet to see it. So watch this space, come back next year. Thank you. And if you have any comments or suggestions, I'd be happy to hear them.
Yeah, thank you, Jan. Again, there is time if there is any quick correction or anything.
I just want to add one thing. Patrick probably noticed the same thing. I'm talking to a screen. All I can see is my presentation. I hear nothing, I see nothing, so I have no idea what people are, what sort of response, how much people are yawning, and how much people are saying, wow, why didn't I think of this earlier?
Can we comment now or?
There will be time for a discussion, but if you have some...
Then, maybe after then or now?
Yeah,
you prefer?
There is one last speech, and then there is time for...
Let's wait for them then.
Okay.
There will be a discussion.
But if you have any technical or specific comments, then you can...
I had a specific comment, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, I think that we can hear from the lecturer.
Yeah?
Can you hear us?
Okay, so just because I was living in this, last year in this debate, all the journalists did the same things that they took that, figures from the last 5 years, they put together and they look at excess mortality. And that was it. There were political debates about it, and scientists were asked about it, and after that they were just harassed by their employers when they talked about it, really. So it was a good amusement, But what I really would like to mention here that there was a general concept that we can take some averages or expected number of deaths on the basis of the last 5 years or 4 years or something. And it's probably not a very solid thing. And I think we should consider that there are countries, unfortunately my country, for instance, when this is something, a good hypothesis, but there are countries like, for instance, Sweden, when it is not a good hypothesis because life expectancy in the previous years were not stagnating like in many European countries, but still growing. So if it is still growing, then what would be the expected number of deaths for 2020? So this was the brief comment of what I just wanted to send to you, John. And anyway, thank you for the presentation and so. And I agree that taking into account the next year mortality, it would be much more, much more strong association between democracy and mortality. So, okay, thanks.
Do you want me to respond?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why not?
sure.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks, Kathy.
Hello.
Yes, I agree that we look under the lamp. It's like a drunk who lost a pen and is looking under the lamppost because that's where the light is. We've no idea what mortality should be in 2020 or 2021. The only thing we can say is that the shift from one year to the next is small, even if mortality, whether life expectancy is going up or down or staying steady, doesn't matter. The number of deaths in any one country is fairly consistent over the short period, something that Durkheim noticed 120 years ago. The number of deaths is fairly consistent over the short period. if you have nothing else to go on, this is probably your best bet. But if you have a better idea, I'd be happy to hear it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think that we can move forward and then there is time for real discussion. So Petr will share a presentation.
I will try. I will try, give me a minute. It seems. Yeah, I will have much shorter presentation. I have just let's say six slides to compare Patrick and Ian. Actually, thank you very much, Patrick and Ian, for your presentation. It's very hard to continue right now. You understand why? After those two experts, to have my presentation, it's something like when you watch a Super League to go to a much lower. Anyway, when I was thinking about the topic I want to open, I will probably partly continue in the Patrick's topic and partly continue in John's topic. And the interesting thing is that we did not discuss it before together, but I just want to mention one or two topics which are what I see as a challenge or issue in demography connected with the topic we do, like connected with the mortality and so on. At first, I have to mention that I'm an economic statistician. Well, my job is to work with the data. I really like demography, and demography is something like my hobby. But when I'm teaching, I teach also about the other data. I do not work only with demographic data, but I work with the data from the whole economy, like GDP, like inflation rate, like unemployment rate, or whatever. And I have to say that demography and demographic data are very, very specific, because demography is one, when we look to statistics, the demography is probably the mother or the field when the statistics were developed. Because the time series and the numbers about demography we have for a very long time. And when we look to a theoretical statistics, we see that they apply the basic things on the demographic data, and it's understandable. On the other hand, our data are very specific in the way how we work with it. We have a very specific requirements to a data, where we have very accurate data, very reliable data, and a specific timeliness for data. When I compare with the other data, like about unemployment, about inflation rate, or whatever, we talk every time about estimates. But in demography, about number of deaths, about number of births, or whatever, we talk about very accurate numbers. And it means that the data and the results are very reliable. The timeliness, on the other hand, is something what we really accept long period between the end of the period we measure and the publication of the data. Now I'm talking about the period before COVID, and then I will have a very few sentences about the COVID period. But when I want a number of deaths in some structure for the year 2020, I have to wait usually till June 2021 before the data are collected and all things are done. On the other hand, we have very nice comparability of our data. The data, it's comparable across all countries, almost all countries. I'm talking about developed countries, and we work with very specific things. Also, the methods we apply are very clear and transparent, and again, we just develop what we have already in the data. They are very accurate, reliable, and let's say we do not play a game with the probability because the probability is, let's say, lumpy, and it makes all results of the models not so accurate as it could be. But on the other hand, what typical demographer does when he or she doesn't have data so accurate or reliable, or doesn't have data at all. Most of us, for example, to create or to build up life tables without information about the structure of death or structure of population, it's almost impossible. And we do not use, or majority of demographers, they don't use the estimates and models, and if they did very carefully. The only exception I found here is a forecasting or demographic projections. We do as any projection. What we do is that we read the history and trying to estimate how it could be in the future. About the future, of course, we don't know anything. But in demography, typically, we do a forecast for a very long period. From now, you can find estimation of population for 2100. For almost 100 years forward. It's not a typical for all other other disciplines. For demography, we can find. For this, we developed different types of methods how to do those forecasts. For example, cohort component method or Lee Carter or many other. But my question, and it's a crucial question, if the forecast would be better if we, for example, know the effect of COVID-31. Now we have COVID-19. What could happen if there will be a COVID in 2031? Will the forecast be more precise or not? And right now I want to close the circle, and it's probably that thing which is connected with Patrick. I have an example of the Czech Republic. We have a very nice time series from 1920 to nowadays. It's complete. You can work with the data. You can do a very deep analysis because you have death by Alexis triangles. You have population structure by 1 year age categories. It's not a problem. If you want to go before year 1920, right now, thanks to Clara, we had a project and we reconstructed data before year 1920, and right now, but you see, it's already something like models and estimates what we did. But before us, there were no models, no estimates for the Czech Republic for this period. There were just life tables and some other models for the years of census and nothing else. And we tried to reconstruct the data between censuses and so on. But what's very interesting, before 1870, we have no deeper analysis of mortality or any other demographic indicators. And we have number of births, we have a number of deaths, we have information about specific years, like we know about epidemics, about wars, and something would happen here in this region, and no one applied anything was applied already for the future to the past. And my question and my, let's say, point to this discussion is, if a new challenge would be to apply forecasting methods to the past and to use those advantage that we already know what happened, for example, in the year 1855 or whatever. Right now, we are prepared to apply on the data sets we already use from 1920 to 2020, we do forecast to 2100. What to do if we turn it back, do it upside down, and to do the forecast to the past, to apply, for example, Lee Carter methods or any other method to the history, and to use, and probably we will have much better results than with the future forecasts. And if I have a time, I want to have one supplement, COVID-19, and it's related with what mentioned Jan. Right now, when I had the comments about the specificity of the demographic data, about the accuracy, about the reliability and so on, I was talking about period before COVID. In the period with the COVID, there was a big pressure to demographic data in the last 1.5 years or almost 2 years. Big pressure. The traditional demographic timeline was absolutely destroyed. Journalists and the other people, they asked for numbers of deaths on a week period or daily base, and they asked how was the number of deaths last week, and they do not understand that we don't have data, or data are not reliable as it should be, because we are demographers. Traditional demographic reliability, for me, in this case, was destroyed also. And what I think is very problematic, that the coherency and comparability, especially when we talk about the causes of death or deaths related with the COVID, when we do a comparison among countries, the thing which is for me the basic demographic advantage was also very problematic, and I think the data are not comparable as easy as they do it. And my issue is if the demography will be as we know it from the past as it was. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few last remarks only. So this is nothing maybe crucial, but I would like to close somehow this first part. So I am going to share my screen, and hopefully it will work within a while. So I just prepared a few ideas, a few questions, and probably those are the most general ones in comparison to the previous speeches. So I will go only quickly through it. First of all, I started from the word which is really the topic of this workshop, and that's challenge. I think that the last year or the last months were really challenging for all of us. And as Petr mentioned, it was really a challenge for demographers, because I don't know about the situation in other countries, but in Czechia it was really a challenge, because we were asked almost every day for the data, as Petr mentioned, and we didn't have not only data but also the idea what to answer sometimes. Really the demand for data and for very detailed results and data really increased significantly. In the last year it was tied to COVID-19, the COVID pandemic, but in general the demand is increasing, and the demand for really detailed data. Because nowadays the only intensity of the process, that means the information that mortality is increasing, decreasing, what are the general tendencies, it's not enough. It's not what it's needed by the society or demanded by the society, because usually we are asked for some other information which is tied to it. That means, for example, the socio-economic status, employment of the person, education attainment, relation of the person, family relations, and so on. And sometimes it is not possible to provide this information because data for this type of analysis are not collected at all. Of course, it's a challenge. It's also the possibility to find some new approaches how to deal with it, or how to explain that something is really not possible. Of course, to these challenges there are some limitations. As I mentioned, not all is possible. It depends on national statistics. However, usually there are missing informations. Because they are missing information about the employment, about education attainment, for example, but in some countries it is possible to use these informations. But usually it's not possible really to analyze the life trajectories or the family ties and so on. Usually this is not collected nowadays for the mortality or other types of data. So we have to handle the incomplete data, and what's the most important probably is the GDPR, because some information cannot be collected or cannot be used because it's a sensitive information. Again, it depends on national statistics and the approaches of particular statistics. There is also the problem of transversal and longitudinal data. We can talk about it for a long time, but we all are demographers, and we know where are the weaknesses of transversal data, because they are really perfect picture of that year, for example, but often they are misinterpreted. Like it's not the cohort perspective, and sometimes it's really misinterpreted, for example, by users of the data, of the results. However, not to be pessimistic, we are some opportunities which are given by the current situation. There could be really high potential of big data. And I want to use an example of historical data, because for me it's not really a surprise, but I think that there is really a huge potential of historical data. And also the previous speeches mentioned history and historical data. That's why I follow on them. So there is really a huge perspective of historical data, because usually they are very detailed according to family ties and other relations. It's difficult to collect this information, but it is possible. From the parish registers, there are methods usable for reconstruction of the families, of the life trajectories and so on. So it is possible to really have the longitudinal data. And there is a significant opportunity to apply new methods. And I think that that's why also the historical demography is developing such quickly, because there is really a possible, and there is not only the possibility, but there's also the demand for new approaches, new modern methodology, and there is the possibility of the data. So there are some changes we can use, or we can find. First of all, it is really possible to find some new methods, modern methods, which have not been applied to historical data so far. So we can find some new information. We can really enrich our knowledge about the past, about the population development. And it is possible to find some new approaches, develop new approaches, which might be usable also for the modern data. So that's what I see like really the challenge which could be found there. I just prepared one small example because we have an international project here in the Charles University, and it's focused not really on mortality, but on mobility and demographic behavior in the past, on social mobility and demographic behavior in the past. It's focused on social elites. That means political elites and important persons at the end of the 19th century. And those are data from a wonderful database which was built for many, many years, and it was really time demanding and really difficult to build a database, but nowadays it exists. And now we have big data, we have the perfect database, and we are challenged by finding the proper methods. So this is wonderful work, by the way, to find some new methods, new approaches, and try it. So one of these possibilities is the social network analysis. This is an example, you cannot read it, of course, but this is only an example of one important person. He is located somewhere in the center of this graph, and there are some other people which are included in the database which are tied to this person and which could be studied together with this one. And there are several levels of relations and several types of relations, not only family relations, but also relations from the school, there are schoolmates and so on. And it was proved that it's important for the career of the important VIP person who he marries or married, for example, and who was his father-in-law and so on. So this is only an example of a picture of a visualization which could be used also for the analysis. And it's an example from the project we are just working on and trying really to use the challenge and to apply new methods on traditional historical data and to get some enrichment of our common knowledge. So to close it up, there are some considerations, of course. So maybe there are some questions which we can discuss, or maybe you can answer these questions. What are the current challenges in demography? Because some of them were mentioned by Patrick or Jon or Peter. There were some mentioned challenges, but maybe you can find some other challenges for demography nowadays and for the future. Of course, there are some limitations. Again, maybe you know about other limitations than we mentioned. Then there are some possibilities of the development of some improvements of demography, and I think that there is time for discussing it during these 3 days, not just now, but maybe we can discuss really the possibilities of future improvements and development of the field of study we are working in. And maybe we can find some opportunities, not only from the methodological point of view, but analytical and other points of view, which demographers may or should follow in the future. So to close this introduction, there are many challenges. I repeated this word many times during this day because, as I mentioned, nowadays also personal meetings are a bit challenging. So this is one of them. Enjoy the workshop and, first of all, enjoy the discussion which can start right now. So thank you for your patience, and now it's time for all of us. So there is now time for any discussions. Please, if you would like to tell something, just raise your hand electronically or write something down in the chat, or raise your hand physically and start talking. Maybe, yeah, I can see a physical hand here. So you can start just talking.
Yeah, so it's Martin Kolk, everyone. It's a question or a comment on this issue on secular trends and estimating COVID-19 mortality. So, like one solution to that I've not seen very many people do, that I think is quite obvious, is to simply use the statistical office forecast for mortality in then 2020 and 2021 that were forecasts that was done in the year before the event took place, and use this well-established methodology to account for these kinds of forecasts. And this is a little bit a promotion of my talk just after the break, where I will do this. But I'm actually curious why this has not been more common. It's just
Well, it depends. Actually, one of my colleagues did use his forecast for his own forecast for Hungary and compared, that. There was a simple scandal about the results, but that's absolutely a political issue. So, as you know, that there was the result was, and just for 2020, there was a significant increase in mortality as it would be expected, just looking at, and of course, Hungarians don't die very often, politically speaking, they don't die very often from COVID, just at the average level. So that was the outcome. So forecasting was used, maybe not that one, but other forecasting was used, and so basically it didn't help so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that in many countries, COVID was a political issue rather than analytical, demographic, or epidemiologic. It's a political issue.
Still is.
Yeah. But Jon raised his hand as the first one, then Ilya.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to respond to this question because one of the issues is when you're estimating what should have happened, how many assumptions are you prepared to make? In other words, I went one way. I said, okay, let's assume that things stay fairly constant. You take another model which says, okay, every country models the presumed number of deaths in the next few years. Every country models in its own way. So every country makes its own assumptions, even if they're all using some kind of Lee Carter model or whatever. Every country is making its own assumptions. If you want to work within one particular country, I can see the point of it. If you want to work comparatively across countries, I wonder if you're not bringing in more noise than you're removing by taking different countries' estimates of what might have happened had certain things stayed in the same way. I'm not sure.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure whether there is some comment right now. Yeah, there is Ilya raising hand. So, Ilya, please.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. I think I want to respond a bit to Martin. Well, very much looking forward to your talk tomorrow, Martin. I think the problem with the established methodologies for forecasting is that most of them are dealing with full years information. And especially at the beginning of the pandemic, we really wanted the finer time scales, and we wanted to understand what's happening with weekly, monthly mortality. I really want to pitch the work of my friend and colleague Jonas Scholle. Well, it's still a preprint, so it's not widely circulated, but I'm gonna drop in the chat the link. So what he did this summer, he systematically compared different families of models approaches to build their baseline mortality to estimate excess deaths. So and he systematically compared the models. I think this is a very carefully done work that answers many of the considerations we have here. Maybe another comment. I think the figures that Jon presented are very, very impressive, and they go very much in line with with another super impressive figure that I saw very early in the pandemic. It was already in March 2020 that one researcher published a plot showing just the results of the trust to the government from a survey, or comparable survey across many countries. And early on in the pandemic, the initial response to the pandemic was just following along this straight line. So the more trust to the government, the better is the response. I think this is, probably trust is a highly correlated thing with the developed democracy. But I think this is maybe another dimension of data that John, you can have a look into. Okay.
Thank you, Ilya. And thank you for the link. It's very useful, I think. So, yeah, we have a comment.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Just one small comment for Patrick and one for also for John. But really interesting to Patrick, your talk on the sort of the history of longevity. And I was just wondering if we would just take away infant mortality and child mortality, how would this trend, say, from around the Greek period until, say, the Middle Ages look like? I say that because you mentioned that until about the Middle Ages it was almost impossible to reach 80, but just checking some Greek philosophers, most of actually, the most common ones actually got to beyond 60 and even, in the case of Plato, even to age 80. So I was wondering, maybe also in terms of other, say, the aristocracy in Europe, there'll probably be a lot more information also available to the highest living people within the higher echelons of society, and they're probably going to be finding more that reach the age of 8. So I was wondering if you'd looked at that. And then for John, I was wondering, I lived about 10 years in New Zealand, and I still have family living there as well, so I follow the New Zealand news quite a lot, and I often hear, it's just so easy for New Zealand to have only 5 deaths per 1 million population, but I think it's probably a lot more, not quite as, and I think what has to do with countries like New Zealand and Australia, and also the ones that you showed, this political will, and because there are a lot of other examples of very isolated nations, island nations, where the rates are 1,000, maybe 100 or maybe 200 or 300 times higher. Just to give an example, French Polynesia has more than 500 deaths per. It's officially a French territory, but still it's much more isolated than New Zealand. But its death rate is 100 times higher. Now you've got in the Caribbean islands as well, they've got really high rates too. And I think the commonality there is not so much demography, but more in terms of economic, shall we say, what do you call it? The main industry, and so it's tourism, for instance. I think that's really behind the high rate in some of these the Maldives as well, Guadeloupe, all these islands, they have rates that are 200, 300, 400 times higher than New Zealand, because New Zealand just has 5 deaths per 1 million population, but some of these island nations have 1,000, 2,000, or 2,500. So it's like it's very, very high. Just so this islands argument, I think, is only partially true. That's it. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have comments from Patrick or Jon? Yeah.
Maybe to start with, thank you, Jeroen, for your remark. Of course, it is clear that when you separate infant and child mortality, you can expect to have a more stable, adult mortality over the millennia even, because child and infant mortality is very susceptible to infections, but also to cultural attitudes, and just changing breastfeeding towards kind of bottle feeding also has been very deadly for many newborns. So we know that this is has an extremely big impact on the ultimate life expectancy. That's clear. That's why you have some differences between, for instance, some parishes in England, where you can see that there was also the attitude towards newborn was different, and the cultural habits were different than, for instance, in some French or German villages, where they moved very easily and very fast to fast food, for instance, and that was often deadly for young children. So that's clear. So that's why also I made the distinction between different kinds of questions you can have. And of course, when you look at what evidence there is for old age in the past, often we refer to, for instance, the Greek philosophers. Not because philosophy is something that makes that you live longer, but because it's the most documented life histories we have in the past. And we know that, for instance, Diogenes, he was 96 when he died. So there are even some philosophers that passed 100 years when they died, according to what we have of historical facts. And also for the Middle Ages. And so you can have, for instance, some painters or some, so we have some clues that you can show off that there were people who have lived and older than even 100 years. There are examples, historical examples of that. But, and you can use it just in a general way to show that at least there was a potential to have some people having a long life, even before the modern times, if you can say. But why I was not putting that up first here and linking it to the other questions as well, life expectancy and so on, is because you can see that when you start to think about demographic regimes, then it's another question. And these demographic regimes, the evaluations or the hypothesis that has been made about past demographic regimes have always been extremely determined by some previous ideas about this past. So often when you look at historians, you can see that they start to say with, of course, life expectancy in Roman times was about between 25 and 30 years. So when we have the text of Plinius, and he is speaking about children knowing their grandfathers and even their Greek-grandfathers, it's of course a kind of, well, Plinius that tries to make things look better than they are in reality. However, for me it's evident that when you talk about a grandfather and a great-grandfather, is something very concrete, and it's more plausible that that is correct than a rough estimation of what is possible in Roman periods. However, a lot of historians, based on this classical estimations by Angel and Pearson and so on, don't dare to go further than 20-30 years of life expectancy. And also, when they find some indications of people, for instance, epitaphs, where you have someone dying above the age of 100, and if you have several graves with epitaphs dying above the age of 100, then suddenly it's impossible. Because it becomes impossible when you start by using a model life table, and when you apply a model life table to this life expectancy of 20 or 30 years, well, then you cannot have that many centenarians. So my point is that we have to be more open in general, and try to integrate all different approaches we have from different disciplines to re-evaluate not only the question of infant and child mortality being something that also can be discussed on the impact of life expectancy, but also to question how far can we use, for instance, model life tables in the very far past, because our model life tables, the ones that Paul and Dimony developed and that has been improved by the United Nations afterwards, well, they are still based on empirical data from modern populations, not based on populations in, well, where you have this what that's called catastrophic mortality. Well, you can imagine, for instance, that when you take the Roman times, that there were villages that were rather isolated, where people were living in relatively good conditions, for instance, on a certain altitude where there were no marshes, where there was no malaria, where there was no tuberculosis, because tuberculosis was typical for the urban Roman population. So it's probably that, for instance, in Rome, in the city of Rome, mortality was much higher, even infant and child mortality much higher than in the countryside. And you have also to think about when you have this very high mortality in the urban city like Rome, the Roman population was still increasing sometimes. So it increased by migration. But if it increased by migration, it was because there was an extra population that could migrate to Rome coming from the countryside. So there must have been other demographic regimes to fill the constant pit, if you want, of very low life expectancies and negative growth inside the urban centers. So I think it's much more complex, and we have to think about how these different aspects are related to each other and have, for a part, shaped our view on the past. And that's why I think we have to be more open to all kinds of accurate empirical data coming from historians, coming from paleodemographers, because you have very interesting, for instance, new scientific evidence of the first centuries in Italy, between the 5th century and the 10th century in Italy, that there was a very good nutritious regime. So using caries on dental, the dental remains of skeletons, they have been able to show that the variety of nutrition must be very great between the 5th and the 10th century. Also, there are several analyses that the skeletons became longer between the 5th and the 10th century in Italy. And you know, there is some relationship, at least we suppose there is a relationship between good nutrition and the stature of humans, and higher stature of humans, well, it's an indication of a general better nutritional regime in general. So there is a hypothesis that maybe the demographic regime between the 5th and the 10th century in Italy, for instance, in some regions at least, has been more favorable than the idea that there was a kind of continuity of below 30 years of life expectancy that only in the Middle Ages started to slightly increase and then become only 40 years in the industrial modern times. That's a little bit to enlarge the whole discussion. It's more than we have really to reconsider, I think, some aspects of how we look at the past.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure whether there was also the reaction of Jan.
First of all, I want to say that what Patrick just said is very interesting, because what he's saying is that life got better in Italy after the collapse of Rome, which I think is something for people who enjoy reading historical issues is an important one in itself. I just want to answer Jeroen's things very, very quickly. Yes, I agree. I just threw up some hypotheses, that's all. New Zealand is obviously an outlier which shouldn't be taken too seriously for comparative purposes, except as an example of what can be done if you are prepared to take serious political decisions, which most countries were not prepared to do. Well, I said that we may see more of this in 2020, in the 2021 data than we did in 2020. But yes, islands, you know, when I was a kid, I used to say, can I do something? And the answer was, yes, you can, but you may not. So can an island restrict incoming population? They can. The question is, will they do it? The answer is no, because they need, either because they have political pressures to open the doors, or because they have economic pressures, they need the tourists or whatever. So again, and if we're talking about democracy, we're talking about a particular form of government which takes very different, shall we say, manifestations. And again, it's very easy to say, well, we know that if you're able to make and implement decisions, you're going to get places. That's very easy to say. But the question is, what are the conditions, the social conditions, which enable you to make and implement decisions? And we can see if we want another social experiment, the difference between America under Trump and America under Biden, where you have the same country, basically the same political structure, and a complete switch in political form and decision-making and everything. So, yes, all I tried to do was raise some very, very simple hypotheses and to say the state matters. It's not just social conditions, it's not just demographic history. The state matters, the actions of the state matter, and it's time that demographers started taking that on board as well. Thank you.
If I just may go on what John is saying, I fully agree that the state matters and that policy matters, of course. If you look at the whole COVID episode, it's very interesting to make comparisons and to go back to the already what has been said earlier. I am convinced that using very classic methods of excess mortality is a way to at least have an indirect estimations of the impact of COVID, be it directly COVID or related to COVID, because that doesn't matter. You have an excess mortality that can be an indicator of how important COVID has been for a country in the mortality results. But I think the whole question of the virus is we have to be aware that it's not a one cause, one factor only that's important. As Jeroen pointed out, for instance, tourism has been very important to introduce the virus, but that means traveling of the virus. That was one of the important aspects especially in the beginning. And that was also visible when you were looking at countries on a more local scale. In fact, in many countries, the virus was introduced somewhere or started somewhere, sometimes different places together. For instance, for Belgium, we have this episode of a skiing population. And Belgium, together with the Netherlands, are two countries with no mountains, but with the most skiers of the world. So all of them, when it's holidays, they went to Austria and Switzerland and the northern part of Italy for skiing. And it's a very brief period of time. So it was just when COVID was exploding in the northern part of Italy, and when some Austrian villages were, have COVID coming in as well. And then you have this massive, more than 100,000 of skiers going to these same villages. So when they came back, there was an explosion of COVID in the more wealthy places of the country, there where people were going for skiing. And in the city centers where the more poorer population was living, well, in the beginning there was almost no COVID cases. And then you see that this inverses later on, when the crisis, when the virus starts spreading, then the middle classes start to behave, correctly and keep distance and so on. They are able to do it because they have gardens, kids can play in the garden, they have their computer and so on. And in the popular neighborhoods, there the virus started to spread. So then the interference of the political aspect is extremely big. How is policy reacting on that? And I think we have to look at the very complex ways, and you can see it also for the United States. New York, the virus started in New York, the New York State and New York City, and their mortality was extremely high at the start of the COVID epidemic. But as it went on, for instance, nowadays it's more Florida and Texas where you have high numbers of mortality, and Nevada, other states where policy was notoriously against all kinds of measures to control COVID. So yes, John, more aspects and more factors have to be included than only a biological one or epidemiological ones. But maybe the demography indicator is not the best one, because I am not sure how you place China, where you cannot say that it's a typical Western style democracy. I am not sure where you place some other countries. So I should be a little bit more skeptical by using this indicator of democracy, but of course I fully support your idea of looking at the context. And the context is, well, the political context, and is as well the kind of political party that is at the winning hand, as you illustrated by the United States. So yes.
Yeah, thanks. Any other comments or remarks which we can share? This opening session was planned until 3:30, so we are a bit over time, but there is enough time, so don't worry. If there are no comments or questions right now, I cannot see any electronic, any physical hands right now. So if there are no comments, we can make a small break and meet again in 4 o'clock, where the first session starts. There is enough time to bring some refreshment or anything like that. So this Zoom will continue. You don't have to log off. You can stay here and we can meet again within a while. In the meantime, you can chat, you can talk, you can anything like in an ordinary meeting. So enjoy the coffee break or refreshments break. So see you in a while. So if everything is working, then we can start.
Yes, everyone hears me, I guess.
We can hear you.
Yes.
No problem there.
Yes, so hi everyone. This is a study I did with colleagues at Stockholm University. And what we're doing is, we call it a demographic account of COVID-19 in Sweden. And that is very much what it is. Basically what we're doing is we're doing just a careful accounting, a demographic accounting by mortality by age, sex. We use official COVID-19 mortality statistics to look at deaths attributable and non-attributable to COVID-19. We look at regional change and we look at seasonality. And this is more about, giving this one country demographic account rather than like pushing new angles and so on this COVID-19 mortality impact. So we actually have micro level data from administrative registers on all the deaths where we can link it to tax registers and so on. So we have some other publications where we use that. But in this study, that was actually, we were originally commissioned directly by the Swedish Public Health Agency to give a more demographic overview report. So this study came from that. So in a way, you can see it as a reflection of like if you were very, very frustrated with reading all kinds of awful demography and mortality statistics in newspapers and on Twitter and so on, all over this pandemic. This is like, just applying standard demography to all of it. And there's like perhaps two more than notable differences from other COVID-19 research that has been done this year. So one is that I mentioned briefly just before, that we, as a baseline to compare to like the baseline mortality that we compare excess mortality to, we use the Statistics Sweden mortality forecast for 2020. So this forecast was done in like January 2020 before they knew about the pandemic, and it's like a standard Lee Carter model. And the other perhaps novel thing that I haven't seen elsewhere is that we actually use like real cohort mortality forecasts. And I will come back to that later. This report, it's available as a working paper. So everyone that wants to look at these figures in some more time can just go and download it. We got a special delivery of data with mortality by month and week from both Statistics Sweden and the Swedish Public Health Agency. So all of this is like standard macro level aggregated data we have used. Most are used 5-year age groups, a little bit use 1-year age groups. And right, so this study we've done, it's only about like events in 2020 then, right? So in that sense, it's not a complete accounting for the pandemic, because we know that in particular in January in 2021, there was also considerable mortality, though after January and February, there was less mortality. And the data we got are basically the end of the year official statistics. So it's a bit different from this kind of preliminary statistics that has been discovered over the year. And we do account differently for like official COVID-19 deaths then. And then there's been 2 different ways of collecting this information in Sweden. So we use the data from the Public Health Agency that are collected in a somewhat novel way. So basically they have taken all official tests of COVID-19 that has happened in Sweden, and these are linked to personal identity numbers. And then they have linked, so every individual that had a positive test got flagged, and then you link that to the normal all-cause mortality registers, and you saw a follow-up period of 1 month if there was a death of that person or not. So that is the standard monitoring system they use, for example, for flu mortality. So like no doctor or cause of death certificate is used in this kind of monitoring. But there exists a different source of data also that a different agency in Sweden collects, that is based on official cause of death registers, so the ones that are signed off by medical doctors. In Sweden, actually, these ones match excess mortality quite well. I will show a short graph on it later. As I said, we base our comparison on excess mortality in 2020 on 2 different baselines. So partly we use a 3-year average, like so standard in this kind of literature, and what you mostly seen in other studies. So basically the average of the age-specific mortality in 2017, 18, and 19. But also we used then this pre-COVID population forecast from Statistics Sweden, which is this quite standard Lee Carter model. It uses a quite long window for this year, so it moves mortality quite a bit. I think it's actually a quite good forecast. I think the guy responsible for it at Statistics Sweden is quite good. So like a clear advantage of this approach is that it accounts for this like secular mortality decline over time, right? So this is how we account for secular mortality decline when we make pension forecasts and so on, or the UN in their population forecasts and so on. And it's a well-established methodology to do that. A disadvantage, of course, is that if there is some very novel trend like the years just before, like by design, this kind of forecast does not totally incorporate that. Yes, and this is just, I will not say a lot of it, but like so, in a lot of countries, actually, excess mortality and this official deaths attributable to COVID-19 differs quite a lot, but this is not the case in Sweden. So this is the worst month in Sweden in April 2020 with the highest mortality. And here we have these 3 different mortality definitions. So the cause of death register, this kind of pandemic monitoring one from the Public Health Agency, and excess mortality compared to here the 2017 to 2019 average. And these actually overlap very well. Like so this is in very big contrast to some other countries, but just to be aware of that at least for Sweden, this seems to match up quite well. And like this is a single country study, so we have not really done comparisons with any other countries. We did briefly compare our data with this human mortality database data, the short-term mortality fluctuations data series. And we have slightly smaller number of deaths. So they've been using the preliminary mortality statistics for the years and aggregated that. We don't know why exactly, but they match well, I would say, but we find somewhat higher life expectancy in 2020 than they have in their published studies. But overall, it's quite minor deviations. It's nothing. Like everything we do is quite standard, so it's just, one thing we do is that we take age-specific contributions to the change in life expectancy in 2020. both compared to these different baselines in standard Arriaga decomposition. And we also do this by attributable and non-attributable COVID-19 deaths. We do some standard years of potential years of life lost calculations. And what we do that's perhaps most novel is that we forecast actual cohort life expectancy. So we use the Statistics Sweden mortality forecasts for different years. So for example, we look at people that are aged 85 in 2019, and then we use their forecasted mortality when they're 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and so on for future years. And then we only change the mortality in 2020. We only change the 2020 rates. And then we see how big was this impact on actual remaining life expectancy. So you will see some results of that later. This is just the main life expectancy trends in Sweden at age 0, 65, and 85. And we see this quite powerful secular increase over time. It was a particularly big jump in 2019, unclear reasons. And here we see then that mortality did decline in Sweden in 2020, so around minus 0.78 years for men and minus 0.46 years for women. And this represents, for men, you have to go back 3 years, so to 2017 to find similar mortality levels. And for men, you have to go back to, for women, you have to go back to 2018, and for men, you have to go back to 2017. Which perhaps not sounds so dramatic when put in that perspective. And then, right, so there's different baselines we do. Either is this forecast that is actually about the same as the 2019 observed levels, and then this historical 3-year average. Like, as you can see, the impact was, it was smaller in years at higher ages, but it was relatively larger relative previous years. These are all the deaths by age. So in the most impacted ages, like COVID-19, like the attributable deaths were around 13% for men and around 10% for women. We see that it's lower in younger ages, so like 3, 4, 5%. So in total, the excess mortality was around 10% extra deaths, right? And this is, it's a quite big contrast, right? So it's, you only have to go back 2 years to find comparable life expectancy, but you have a 10% extra increase in death, which is due to this concentration of higher ages. And this is something that, yeah, maybe demographers are aware of, but that I think has caused a lot of confusion in media and so on. And this is the age patterns of mortality. So basically the same thing we saw before. And yeah, this has been shown by other people also, but the age pattern of COVID-19 is remarkably similar to all-cause mortality. It's more concentrated at higher ages, like this 1 in 10 ratio or so. It's a bit smaller below, but overall, these match each other very well. And yeah, so one reason that is life expectancy, then you only have to go back a few years to find comparable levels, is then this relatively high concentration of mortality in higher ages. So here we compare mortality in different age groups against these two baselines. So on the top we have men and women. On the left we have compared to this forecasted baseline, and on the right compared to this historical average. And then we see that mortality was around, like the age-specific hazards were around 10% higher for women in high ages and around 10% lower for men. So things fluctuates quite wildly in these very young ages, but here like 5 to 10 deaths or so can throw things around quite wildly. But it's interesting to see that in like ages 30 to 40 and so on, for men we find actually lower mortality in this year. For women, for some reason, we find somewhat higher mortality in the 30s, but in the 40s and the 50s we find lower mortality. But yes, like, I mean, so like the big pattern, right, is what we saw in this picture, like with much, much higher mortality rates at higher ages. But this is how it looks compared to previous years. You'll see the impact of this when we decompose the life expectancy change a bit later. So we also did this change by seasonality. So in Sweden, there is basically was 2 waves that caused COVID-19 mortality. So it was March, April, May in 2020, and then it was December, January 2020 and 2021. And yeah, like it's quite clear in older ages that this is when there was excess mortality. So like deaths compared to the historical average. Like one notable thing here is that in the later wave, we don't find any excess mortality in ages 30 to 64. Probably this was due to actually intensive care units and so on being better to treat the epidemic as things went on. Like in younger ages, we don't find many trends at all, except that actually we find somewhat lower mortality towards the end of the year. Like this match, like these observed trends in cases and deaths and so on, very well also. It's quite interesting how extremely similar also this picture is for age 65 to 84, and from 85 plus you can barely see the difference in how it impacted excess mortality. We did some regional comparisons also. So the epidemic started in Stockholm, and it was also worst affected. And you can see that regions close to Stockholm also were affected worse. Beyond that, the patterns are not so clear. So the other two larger urban regions in Sweden, Gothenburg and Malmö, were not hit so badly in 2020. So a simple story of like urban mortality doesn't fit the data so well. Instead, it seems to be this early spread in Stockholm, and then areas with strong transportation links had a stronger mortality impact. This is what happens when we decompose the mortality change. So, right, we said that for men it was minus 0.79 years, and for women minus 0.46 years. And on the left we have just total deaths, and on the right it's also decomposed by attributable and non-attributable. And here we see that for women, the life expectancy decline were really driven by quite high ages, so mostly 80 plus. 75 plus and so on. For men, we see more impact also from men in their 50s and the 60s. And when we do this attributable to COVID-19 and non-attributable to COVID-19, so this measure non-attributable to COVID-19 is a little bit of a strange measure because this mortality probably hit quite frail populations. So it's a bit hard to know exactly what it measures, but we see that this measure actually we had lower mortality in non-COVID causes, put this way, at high ages. And we also see some of that pattern in middle ages also. But what's quite clear here is that the mortality impact really was driven by mortality in quite old ages. And this is a bit of contrast to mortality in some Eastern European countries and the US, I think, where more of the life expectancy decline has been driven also by ages, say, 45 to 75 or so. These are just some calculations of years of life lost. Then we see the same pattern that for women, much of the decline really was driven by ages 75, 80 plus. While here we can see that for men, like with these kinds of calculations, that I could say give a quite high impact for mortality earlier in the life. For men, there's more things happening there, age 50, 65. And then I will just conclude with this kind of forecasted cohort mortality forecast. And this is not something I've seen really for other countries, so I look forward to other people doing it for other countries. And we did this for 5 different cohorts. And as I said, basically then, right, so this is comparing baseline towards observed mortality then in 2020 while having mortality in 2021, 22, 23, 24, as in mortality forecasts. And when you do these kinds of calculations, you see that the decline in cohort life expectancy, so I guess what is closer to how many years actually life was shortened, of course, assuming that there's no other health impact or anything like that of COVID-19, but it's just the mortality impact in 2020, which can be discussed, you see that it's relatively modest. So in the cohorts that were affected most, like men that were 85 or 95, the difference in remaining life expectancy is around 0.08 years, so around 1 month. a little bit less than 1 month. For women, it's a little bit less. If we go down to ages like around 65 or 75, it's like 5 to 10 days or so. And if we go to lower ages, it's of course almost no impact at all because there were so few deaths. So it would be interesting to see these kinds of calculations for more countries. Yes, so just to sum up, so it's clear that Sweden had excess mortality in 2020. And we see that excess mortality overlaps very well with observed COVID-19 mortality. So we don't find this in all countries. And yeah, so this was just a single country study, but basically in this new studies that have come out now, often using this short-term mortality time series, one can see that it's very clear that Sweden had much higher mortality in 2020 than the other Nordic countries. But if you put it in a broader OECD or EU context, Sweden ends up in a quite intermediate position. So like, quite close to the median impact, maybe a little bit above. And if you use like period life expectancy as like a measure of the overall mortality context, you have to go back to 2017 for men and 2018 for women to see similar mortality levels. And the total number of deaths were similar across sex, but the age profile was quite different. And that's why you saw this higher impact on, for example, life expectancy for women. And when you do this kind of remaining cohort life expectancy, the results are rather modest. But they are not trivial in the oldest ages, right? So the remaining life was reduced by around 1 month. Yeah, and as I said, like most of these age patterns and so on, they stand quite well in line with research from other countries. So in Sweden, it seems that mortality was concentrated in really quite high ages for women in particular, a bit less so for men. It seems that for some reason, at least in younger ages, excess mortality was much higher early on in the epidemic than later on, and at least according to the intensive care doctors I've spoken to, they seem quite confident that they got a lot better at this as things gone along. When we did this like regional forecast, this match like observed cases and so on quite well. And there's no straightforward story about density or urbanization or migration that some people were theorizing about in Sweden. And yeah, look forward to the calculations for more countries. And in particular, I think this kinds of cohort life expectancy. And yeah, that's it for me. And yeah, so the working paper is available. So anyone wanting to go into the really deep details should go and download it at once. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It was nice to see that because 2 years ago we played a bit with this cohort forecast, and we really came to the conclusion that usually the effects are a bit milder or very mild, but there is time for a question. But before any question comes, I have a question, if I may, because when you talked about this cohort forecast, what are the conditions behind it? You expect only 1 year effect or change in mortality, or any long-term effects of, for example, limited prevention and so on?
All right. So the calculations are based on exactly 1 year. So you take you can think of it as the Lexis diagram, and you change the 2020 column. And then, so you could both imagine that there would be some culling effects, which means that mortality would be lower in the following years, or there would be some long-term health impacts of COVID-19 that would make it higher. But this calculation was really just the 2020 impact. And we know for sure that it's an underestimation of the COVID-19 epidemic, right? Because we missed all the mortality in January and February of 2021. That was maybe.
So it's something like a baseline variance.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. There is time for any comments. from the online as well as present participants.
Who is here anyway? Can we see who is here? Wonder.
Yeah, we can.
Just because.
Stop sharing, and now we can see all the participants here
Yeah.
all together. So there is time for the questions or comments. Patrick, you switched the microphone on.
Yeah, I just opened it, it's possible. We did also this analysis for Belgium, and I have to say that Belgium has been hit very hard in the first wave. We have been at the very top of countries with COVID-related mortality in April of 2020. But we also have a very good overlap between COVID-reported mortality and excess mortality. So we have very similar evolutions over time, but also geographical spread of the reported COVID-19 and the excess mortality. So we are rather confident that the reported COVID-19 was correct. And I have one comment related to your graph where you have this non-related COVID mortality. In fact, what we have seen is that our COVID-19 mortality was slightly higher. We have about 1,000 more deaths COVID-related mortality than the excess mortality that we noted. So it means that, and especially in the higher ages, but I think we have to think about competing risks, because as COVID-19 is hitting especially elderly people, it's the same population where you can have other co-specific mortality that is related to their ages. So I think the competing risk is one point. And I am wondering in how far also in the 2021, because John was speaking about even worse data or the same in 2021. But what we see in Belgium is that in fact we have lower excess mortality in 2021 than in comparative years before. So you can think about the measures that has been taken, especially for the sector of people who are in not healthcare but room residents. But you can also think about the fact that some measures, COVID-related measures, make that other risks of mortality are lower. For instance, the flu season has been almost absent in Belgium. So in normal years, we have always some 500 till 1,000 deaths due to flu, and now there was no flu at all. It has been covered by COVID. And so I'm wondering if in Sweden they have something similar for 2021 already in the weekly or monthly data that you can see.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so it's two very good points, I think. So I think with this cause of death data, I agree very much, right? So it's counted as an official COVID death if like 1 of 5, like it doesn't have to be the main cause of death, it can be any of them. So when this very high morbidity, very old people, I think for sure there is can be a tendency to over-attribute 19 in theory at least. And in Sweden we also see the same actually in 2021, that mortality is actually lower than forecasted. And yeah, like so two explanations to this is either this absence of any kind of or many infectious diseases. So then we will see what happens now in the fall when society is more opened up, maybe they will come back. And the other would be then this kind of culling effect, but like this, like in Sweden also we see now that we have under mortality in 2021 so far. So yeah, on both counts, Sweden seems a lot like Belgium then.
Yeah, thank you. Katarina?
There was some hands up.
No, there is no hand.
There was.
Maybe it
There
was
is
an
a sign.
No other.
So,
No one, for sure.
I can
It's
see
this.
anyone.
It's this. Move it.
Okay, then. Okay, so I cannot see my colleague among the participants, so I'm speaking about his research at the moment because he also can get very, very similar age pattern for COVID deaths than to general deaths. So absolutely the same figures for Hungary, that's for sure. As for, I have heard about and I read about a lot about Sweden. And there were an issue in the earlier papers of others and partly so mixed authors by mixed authors about the nursing homes, and I couldn't see the nursing home issue in this. So that's the question, whether you have left it out or why. And the other thing is that I think that for Hungary it was for 2020 it was 1.8 years lost, which was just a smaller part. So we expect much more for 2021. So 2021 is already the whole thing shifted for toward Eastern and Southern Eastern Europe, I would say. Partly a little bit toward Central Europe, so it's already there, and I think we will see an absolutely different picture in a year, basically, when we will have the data for this year. So that is just my projection. So the basic question is about the nursing home, yeah.
Yeah, right. So we only had like aggregated data, so we didn't have any data on it. But there are people with micro level data on nursing homes, and I think the like age-specific mortality was around 5 times higher if you lived in a nursing home as compared to if you not lived in one. So it is a very high share of deaths for sure. But it also seems that in all the Nordic countries, the share of deaths in nursing homes was very similar, and the excess mortality was very similar. So I would say that the overall like infection rate in society, at least in the Nordic countries, seems to have corresponded quite directly to deaths in nursing homes. So in Norway and Denmark, they had less deaths overall, but the share of deaths in nursing homes was relatively similar. Mm-hmm. So at least I'm not so convinced that it's differences in nursing homes that have driven this, but it's rather just how common the virus was in society all over, is my impression. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Still there is possibility, or we can discuss it after the end of the whole session. There will be time because unfortunately the last paper was cancelled today because colleagues from Russia announced that they are not able to join us even online. So the last paper has to be cancelled, so there is time for any discussion and anything. So if there is no comment right now, we can move to the second paper. If Franz is here, I can see her. Hello, Franz.
I am there.
So,
good afternoon, everybody. So may I share my screen, Tana?
Yeah, you can share the screen or the presentation. Yeah, it looks fine. Perfect, you can see it.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to see all these well-known faces, even if it's only through video and camera, but it's already something quite pleasant. So today I would like to present you some research projects that we have been developing at INED since the beginning of the epidemics. With, as you can see on this first slide, a lot of participants to try to allow to international comparisons for the COVID-19 epidemics and to see if it's really possible to produce international comparisons in terms of mortality. So the project was launched in March 2020, so just after the real beginning of the epidemics. Our objective was to follow as precisely as possible the level of the epidemics and trying to ensure some comparability between countries. We decided to focus on only one indicator, which was mortality by age and sex, because we thought that other indicators like number of cases or number of people in hospitals or in emergency services was very much depending on national policies or way to deal with the disease. So we focus on deaths, and the idea was to gather all data which were published by different national authorities about mortality, number of deaths by age and sex, but also to try to document as precisely as possible how these data were gathered and to produce some documentation about that so that users could use this data with a precise knowledge of what was behind them. And then we chose to disseminate this data in a website, which is called the Demography of COVID-19 Deaths. You have the link here, which is a bilingual website in English and in French. Right now, how is the database? So the database right now contains 21 countries. Most of them are European countries, but we have also North America with Canada and the US, and 2 Asian countries, the Republic of Korea and Japan. We provide deaths by sex and age groups, usually 5-year or sometimes 10-year age groups, which are classified according to the date of occurrence or by date of registration, and this can be different according to the way these data are collected. We will come back on that. And sometimes, but not for all countries, we have also some information on the place of death. So the place of death, it means was it at a hospital, in a nursing home, or at home, for instance. Besides the files of deaths, we also provide some metadata file per country, in which there is a very precise description of what we can know about the way these data are collected and the populations they cover and so on. The website right now is updated every week with the most recent data. So let's come to our question. Are these finally data comparable? No, not altogether. I can tell you that immediately. And why are they not comparable? Because collection systems are different, because there are different rules to decide if the death has to be attributed to COVID-19 or to another cause. And also because some of them do not cover the total population, but only covering usually some places of death. So let's come a little more precisely on these different points with some example. So first, different collection systems. There are 2 broad types of collection systems. Death counts which come from some surveillance system and from hospitals, so let's say some from public health, and usually these sources give rather daily information with producing some report every day or every week according to the country. And then the second type of collection system is one that we, as a demographer, we know better. So this is coming from vital statistics. And this is using the death certificate, the medical death certificate, where the COVID-19 can be mentioned or not mentioned. This second source is often more inclusive, but also is often request often some delay for the publication of the death, and so it's you have to wait. It's not you have not an immediate information, and you know that at least for some political reasons it was very important to follow the epidemics day after day. So just to show you some comparison, here are for two countries which are in our databases, the comparison between the two different collection systems, because in some countries both systems are cohabiting. So if, for instance, for England and Wales, so you have the surveillance system, which is given by NHS, which is in red-orange here, or Santé Publique France in French, so SPF here. And then the medical cause of death, ONS in England and Wales, and CPDC from INSERM for France. And of course, you can see that there is a rather important difference between the two sources, which are mainly due to the fact that it's not exactly the same coverage, and that it could be very dangerous to compare, for instance, NHS on one side with CPDC on the other side for France. But as you can see, at least for France, right now, the last available data, the last available data are much older than what we have for SPF, so it's more difficult to follow the recent trends of the epidemics. Second point, the criteria which are used to decide that a death has to be attributed to COVID-19 or not. And here it depends also a little on the collection system. Roughly for the health system, you have usually two possibilities. So a rather restricted definition, which is the case has to have been confirmed by some laboratory testing, so a positive test, a biological positive test. And sometimes you have also all probable COVID-19, so not only a positive test, but also symptoms or results of imaging, or also even the notion of contact or these sort of things which can make decide that it's a case of COVID-19. And on the side of the vital statistics of the medical death certificate, in the same way, some countries are only counting COVID-19 when it is considered as the underlying cause of death, and some other countries are publishing all mentions of COVID-19, whatever the place it was mentioned on the death certificate. So here also more or less restrictive definition of the disease. And here I have some illustration also for this, for Scotland, for instance, for which we have the two statistics, so the confirmed cases and the total, which gathered confirmed, but also probable cases of death due to COVID-19. So you can, of course, total is higher than confirmed, but also what you can see on the right panel, it's if you compute the ratio between the confirmed and the total cases. This ratio was not constant at all during the epidemics, which shows, and probably because in a second stage, there were more people which were tested, tests were much more disseminated, and so there were more, proportionally more confirmed cases. That's so it means that it's not really possible to infer from a statistic on confirmed cases, the total cases, and especially because the policy on testing changed a lot in countries during the whole epidemics. And then the third point I wanted to discuss is the coverage. So according to the country or the type of statistics, we have deaths at hospital, or so only at hospital, or sometimes deaths in different institutions, which can be hospitals, long-term care, nursing homes, and sometimes also, which is the ideal, all places of death, including deaths at home, which are rather often missing in many countries. So, of course, according to the population which is covered, we will receive different levels of mortality, but also, and probably maybe more important, also different age structures. Here again, an example with France, when you compare the two sources for France of for mortality by COVID-19, so Santé Publique France, for which, at least for having the precision on the age at death, it concerns only deaths at hospital, and CPDC, which gathers all deaths, whatever the place of death. And so you can say, of course, that mortality is much higher by CPDC, but also that the difference is especially important at very old age. So it means that if you consider only deaths at hospital, you will underestimate the importance of the epidemics at very old ages, because old people were dying less often than younger people at hospital. So, after describing all these problems we meet when dealing with this data, can we say that it's possible to compare, or is it totally impossible? So is it impossible? I think yes, if you rely on crude data without any analysis of contents. But maybe no, and I am an optimistic, and I would like to do something with all this data, but no, but if comparison is made in coherent data sets and knowing very precisely what you are comparing. So first, what you can do is to look at the dynamics of the epidemic. So even if it's not totally comparable from one country to another, the shape of the different waves which hit the countries can be compared, and here I put as an example different countries. So in the panel you have, I would say, the Mediterranean countries, including France, with one first wave rather short, and then this second, third waves, which lasted very longly during the second semester of 2020 and the first semester of 21. Then below in red, you have countries like Portugal and also Germanic countries, Germany, Austria. I could have put Switzerland also here, which have, for which the first wave was very weak, but then the second wave was much more important. And then the last panel, the bottom, which like England and Wales, Belgium, Sweden, where the two waves were rather comparable, not so long, but at least for England and Wales and Belgium, rather important, while in Sweden, as Martin said, it was a little more intermediate. So this is the first thing you can do with our data. If you want to go further, so we proposed in a paper which was recently published in Population to group countries according to the type of data which were gathered, and so distinguishing what we call the comprehensive group for which it was possible to probably to compare the data. If this data come from the vital registration system, COVID-19 is mentioned, it's all mentioned of COVID-19 on the death certificate. For surveillance systems, it's also probable COVID-19, not only laboratory confirmed, and they occurred, of course, in all cases of death. Then conservative data source were also probably it was all cases of death, but where the definition of COVID-19 is more restricted. So it can be the underlying cause of death or really the laboratory confirmed cases. And then most restrictive cases where usually most data are only partial counts, so that they don't cover the whole population. So here is rapidly some scheme showing how we distributed our different countries in which belong to our website, with most comprehensive group here that I will focus on in the rest of my presentation, because we consider that for this country it becomes reasonable to start producing some comparison. So here you have Belgium, England and Wales, ONS, Scotland, the US, and the CPDC for France, so the statistics coming from the death certificate, medical death certificate. Another way to judge from this quality of data was to compare the age structure of death by COVID with the age structure of all deaths. So here you have, for the most comprehensive group and for the most restrictive group, a comparison, and the COVID-19 deaths are colored in green, while the hatched areas are corresponding to total deaths, so deaths for all causes. And you can see that in the comprehensive group, usually the age structure is older for the COVID-19 deaths than it is for the total deaths. It means that there is more green area at very old ages. And for the most restrictive group, it's reverse, because in the end, for instance, you can have a precise look at Ukraine, where it's very obvious that there are a lot of COVID-19 deaths missing at old ages. And why? Because in fact for Ukraine we discovered that it was only hospital deaths which were provided, even if officially it was said that it was all deaths which occurred. So it's also a way to judge from this data quality. So just to finish and to have very rough analysis, I just computed for this presentation the death rates by age for 4 countries from our comprehensive group. So for the whole, almost the whole period of the epidemic, so the whole 2020 and the first semester of 2021. And so, as it was already said for Sweden, so we have a very classical profile of mortality by age, but with some differences which can be seen, and especially for the US, excess mortality at a younger age than for the 3 other countries, and for Belgium, the reverse, so a little less important mortality at young ages. But it can be also interesting to distinguish different waves of the epidemics, and this is what you can see here. So roughly, I separated the data in 3 semesters, which roughly correspond to the 3 waves of the epidemics. And so once again, it's interesting to see that the profiles are rather close to each other for these countries, but that you can see some differences at the beginning. So for the first semester, the US, France, and England and Wales were very close to each other, except that for the US, mortality at old ages looked much less important than in the 3 other countries. And so maybe it's a reality, maybe it's also that at this time some deaths at very old age were still, even if we consider that it's belongs to the US, belongs to this comprehensive group, maybe we were still missing, they were still missing some deaths at very old ages. In the second period, it changed a little, but US, it's during this period that the excess mortality at young ages is the most obvious for the US, while the 3 other countries are very close to each other. When in the first semester of 2021, it becomes a little different again, and you can see that the US has the highest mortality, and then England and Wales and France, and then Belgium, which is lower. But it's not so clear even at this period to see some effect of the vaccination, which is of course one question we could have. So this is only a first look at this data and some attempt to try to use them to understand the way the epidemics developed, and then of course to put them in relation with other variables, like I just spoke about the immunization policy, or also, of course, all the policies of lockdown which were implemented in these different countries. So that's it. Thank you for listening to me, and please go and visit the website and send us some comments or criticism or questions you have. We will be very happy to consider them. Thank you.
Thank you. Before any questions from the audience, I have one question, if I may, but not mine. It's a question from Ilya, who wrote me whether I can ask you, because he cannot join right now. And he wrote that there is right now a parallel project hosted in Rostock, led by Tim and Enrique, dealing with coverage database. And he asks, how does the 2 projects compare if they do?
So we had a lot of discussions with them, and I think the philosophy was a little different because they were less focusing on the precise documentation of data and much more trying on gathering as much as possible data from everywhere and then to harmonize them with, which is quite interesting also in terms of ages, for available ages, for instance. So we are following each other's, but it appears that our aim was a little different because we didn't want to work directly on the data, but so to gather them in the same place so that people can use them instead of going on each national website and etc. But in the same time to let users decide how to manage this data, but providing them with some precise documentation about what we knew on their use, on their way to be collected.
Yeah, thank you. So there is again time for any questions, comments or anything. Just raise your hand physically or electronically. Yeah, Patrick?
Just thank France for her presentation, very interesting. And a small comment about Belgium data. I think if you see the last of your slides with the 3 periods, where you compare Belgium with France and the United States and England, Belgium has been struck very hard in the first period. And then it was clear that it was mostly in nursing homes. More than 50% of the mortality was concentrated in nursing homes. So among the oldest old, so that you can find back in your graphs. Instead of that, for the general population, mortality was much less, was a lot lower. I think because it was very rapidly, they have installed some interventions that made it possible to have maybe a higher survival and among younger people in hospitals. And for the last period, that's an interesting one because, in fact, the second period was a period of relaxation. There was a lot of discussion about the very stringent measures in the first lockdown, and then the second period there was a relaxation and lockdown measures had been put down and people were allowed to go in shops again without a mask, a face mask and so on and so on. And you can see that the second one flared up, but the nursing homes have been strictly protected in the second period. So that explains that the same level of mortality was now overall over the overall population corresponding to this gradient in age. And the third period, in fact, then in Belgium there have been very strict lockdown measures in the third period, and mortality has been in general much lower in this first quarter of 21, even if infection rates were high and the vaccination was still not starting. So it's interesting to see how this is reflected in your slides.
Yeah, thank you very much for this explanation, and I think this is really what we need now to do this, to look precisely in each country how these different measures were implemented and how it worked. And this is true that if the impact of the COVID was so important in Belgium, it was said as such at the beginning, it was mainly due to the high mortality at old ages. And this is what we can.
I just have one additional question. Do you have this data also on regional levels, on lower levels than the national level? Is it possible?
No, we don't, because it's really a huge work to maintain these databases and to do it with daily data, because we update it every week, but we publish daily data if they are available for different countries. And really, it was impossible to do it to regional levels for all these countries. So this is something we thought about it, but at this stage we didn't develop it.
Thanks.
No other comments or notes? If not, then thank you. Thank you very much. There will be a possibility to discuss it even later. And we can move to the, in fact, last paper of this session, because as I mentioned, the last paper has to be cancelled because some technical reasons of the presenting team. So we can move to Joanne if she or anyone from the team is online. Yeah.
Okay.
I can see her. So we can share the presentation, or you can share the presentation, and the screen is yours. Perfect, you can see it.
Great. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. I'm Joanne Ellison. I'm a research fellow within the Centre for Population Change at the University of Southampton in the UK. And this is work that I've been doing together with other members of the modelling team at the centre, looking at modelling weekly mortality, incorporating annual trends. So I'll begin with an introduction about why why measuring excess mortality is important, and look at some of the existing approaches, and then I'll move on to specify our approach and share some results with you of what we've done so far. So as I'm sure many of you know, the global COVID-19 pandemic has put methods for calculating excess mortality firmly into the spotlight, and accurately quantifying the impact of the pandemic on mortality is not straightforward. And this is for many reasons. For example, the difficulty of diagnosing new viruses in the early stage of the pandemic, as well as the difficulty of determining cause of death among comorbidities. And there's also the potential for indirect effects of the pandemic on other causes of death. For example, there might be delays in people getting treatments, or they might feel reluctant to go to see the GP or go to the hospital. So before the pandemic, the Office for National Statistics, or ONS, they produced official estimates of excess winter mortality for England and Wales, where they were comparing the deaths in the winter period, which was December to March, with the 2 4-month periods either side, so the average of the deaths in those two non-winter periods. And this approach is not really appropriate when we're looking at excess mortality in the context of a pandemic, because you're assuming that the excess deaths can only happen in that winter period, and also you have to wait until August of the next year to be able to say anything about excess mortality in the previous winter. So now I'll summarise some of the existing approaches for modelling excess mortality, measuring excess mortality. So the Euromomo mortality tracking methodology, it's a circling-like model, so they use a Poisson generalised linear model with linear time trends for all ages and sine curves for the older ages to capture the seasonality. And this is fitted to a pooled data set from across Europe. And then Public Health England, or PHE, they fit a quasi-Poisson regression model, and again, they have linear time trends and also public holiday effects and effects for the time of year, and age and sex, and they also break them down by deprivation and ethnicity and the region of England. And both of these methods have got interactive dashboards and graphs that are regularly updated and see the results. And then there's the work of Alberto and colleagues, and they measure excess mortality for England and Wales with 2 classes of models. The first of these is a Poisson or negative binomial generalised additive model, where they have smooth penalised splines represent seasonality and age group effects. And then they also fit a circling model where you have two pairs of Fourier terms to account for seasonality with periods 6 months and 1 year. And they also have, again, linear time trends and public holiday effects, as well as age and sex, and they are the models that are fully interactive with age and sex. So when we're looking at excess mortality, so we're looking at the difference between the observed deaths and the predicted deaths from the model that you specify. And so the accuracy of estimating excess mortality depends on how accurate those model predictions are. So most of these existing methods are using short-term trends from the past 5 to 10 years, as Martin mentioned earlier. And this has the potential to underestimate excess deaths, particularly if we look at the UK, where recently mortality declines have been slowing relative to the long-term trends. And so we propose a method to incorporate information about long-term trends using an annual forecasting model by Dodd et al. And the advantages of this are that you could get a more realistic baseline for estimating excess mortality, and we can decompose deaths by a single year of age. So now I'll move on to the methodology. So first, looking at the annual model, this decomposes the log mortality rates and log MXT, where X is age and T is year. It writes those as a sum of smooth terms. So the S function indicates a penalised cubic regression spline. And you can see here in the table that we're breaking down the model into 3 sub-models. So in the first row, we have a model for the main body of ages. So this is, we're taking to the ages 1 to 84. And you can see that we're writing the log MXT as the sum of several terms. So we have S alpha of X, which represents the age pattern of mortality. And then we have this S beta term, which has got age-specific mortality improvements that are varying linearly with time. And then we have an S gamma, which is representing smooth cohort effects. And then finally, we have this kappa T term, which is the period effect. So this captures any additional year-on-year variation. And this is modelled using a random walk. And then we have the infant model, so this is for age 0 in the second row. So it's much simpler than the main model. So we just have an intercept and linear effect of time, and then it uses the cohort effect from the main model. So that's why it's got the hat on it, because it's estimated in the original model in the first row. And then in the third row, we have the old age model, which we're estimating for ages 85 plus. And again, it's simpler than the main model, so we have an intercept and linear effect of age. And then we also have that interacted with time, and then we bring the cohort effects and the period effects from the main model, again, similarly to the infant model. So we have observed deaths, EXT, and the exposure to risk EXT, and then we assume that the deaths follow a Poisson distribution with mean EXT times MXT. So for our weekly model, we take this annual model and we adapt it. So now we're considering the log mortality rate in week W, which we write as log MXTW. And what you can see is that we've taken the annual model and we've taken all the estimates of the smooth terms and the parameter estimates. So we've taken all those from the annual model, and then what we've got is these additional, so instead of the kappa T's, we've got these kappa XW terms. So these are now period effects that are capturing weekly variation. And I'll describe how we model those in the next slide. And the weekly data that we have is in broad age intervals rather than single years of age. And so we sum over those age groups for each of the broad age groups. So these are given here at the bottom. So for a given broad age group Y, we sum over the ages X that are in that group. So we sum the deaths, and they will also follow a Poisson distribution, where the mean is the sum of the expected deaths on the individual ages. So now I'll talk about the model for the kappa XWs, which are those weekly period terms. So we model each kappa XW, for each broad age group, we model it as a separate ARIMA process. And we determine these by carrying out extensive model comparison and validation, where we were considering different time trends and covariates and various sort of specifications. And here we're just presenting the our chosen ARIMA models. So this is a summary of the chosen models that we're using. So for ages 0 and 1 to 14, we're just modeling the kappa terms as just like a white noise process. So we just have standard deviation parameters, sigma 0 and sigma 1, and just assume that they're normally distributed and independent. And then for ages 15 to 44, up to 75 to 84, we use an ARIMA 111 process. So estimating it separately for each age. And what this is doing is, it means we're working on the difference scale for the kappas, and then we have one ultra-regressive term and one moving average term. So that means we're looking at dependence on the previous difference and the previous error. And then for 85 plus, we use an ARIMA 211 model, so that has dependence on the previous two differences. So the ultra-aggressive component is order 2. In terms of covariates, there are two that we consider. So first, we account for public holidays with the matrix XH. So each column is a different public holiday, and it's -1 in the week of the holiday and 1 in the next week. And this allows us to catch up for the deaths that weren't registered in the week of the holiday, in the week after. And then we also have XF, which captures the seasonality in our model. So we have one pair of Fourier terms with period 52.18. And let's see here, we don't use either of the covariates for ages 0 and 1 to 14, but then you have the public holiday effects for 15 to 44, and then we also bring the Fourier terms from ages 45 upwards. And then in the parameters column, you just see the different parameters that we are estimating, the coefficients of these covariate matrices, and then also the phi and theta and sigma relate to the ARIMA processes for these older ages. So in terms of the data we use, so we're fitting this model to England and Wales, but it could be applied to other countries. So for the deaths, for the annual model, we use the death counts from the ONS from 1963 to 2019, and ages 0 to 105 and over. And then for the weekly deaths, we use death registration data from the ONS. So this is available from 2010 onwards, and it's given in broad age groups, as I mentioned earlier. For the exposures, we use annual exposures from the human mortality database, as well as the ONS mid-year population estimates, so that's up to 2020. And then we also need exposures for 2021 and 22, so that we can obtain weekly exposures to be able to forecast up to August 2021, which is what we're doing in the results. And so we use these mid-year population projections from the ONS to do that. So then we get weekly exposures by linearly interpolating the mid-year exposures. So we fit the annual model using the MGCV package in R, because they're generalized additive models, and that's quite straightforward to do. And then the weekly model we coded using the STAN software, and we fit it using RSTAN, and this implements Bayesian methodology in an efficient way. So I'm going to present the two sets of forecasts. So the first of these I fit to the end of 2018 and then forecast to the end of February 2020, and I'll call these 2019 forecasts. And this is to see how the model works in a typical year. And then I'll fit to the end of February 2020 and forecast to 20th of August of this year, which I'll call 2020 forecasts, so that we can see how the model predicts in the presence of the pandemic, and it's from those forecasts that we will estimate excess mortality. I also present or consider two models. So for the initial results, I'll just show you results from model 1, but for excess deaths, I will include model 2. So in model 1, we're just estimating the models for the two sexes separately, and then in model 2, we allow the parameters to be shared across sex. So we're still, for each age, we're estimating the ARIMA models separately, but they will have the same parameters across sex. So now we've gone to the forecasts. So these are the 2019 forecasts for females. These are the death counts, and those are the red circles, and then the grey intervals are the 95% prediction intervals under our model. The vertical line indicates when we stopped fitting the data and start forecasting. And this first plot is just for the first 3 age groups, and they're all on the same scale, just so you can get a sense of how the death counts compare. But we can zoom in a bit, and what we notice is that for the infant model, here for age 0, our model seems to be under-predicting the deaths, and this is because the long-term trends in infant mortality have been quite strong declines, but then recently those declines have slowed, and because our model is incorporating that information about the long-term trends, this is why we don't do so well for the age 0. So it kind of relates to what Martin was talking about long-term trends, meaning that you can't incorporate recent trends so easily. But generally for the other ages, the intervals look to perform quite well. And then when we move to ages 45 and over, this is where we've written the Fourier terms, so we can see the seasonality is being captured here. And yeah, I just want to highlight, the deaths are really increasing as we move to the older ages, and especially for ages 85 plus, where we also see that the uncertainty intervals are a lot wider compared to the other ages. And if we zoom in on that plot, then again, just a bit more clearly, you can see the holiday effects of these kind of zigzag kind of parts, which are capturing the kind of lower deaths in the week of the holiday and then the higher deaths the week after. But yes, this is just demonstrating the general typical performance of the model. And then if we move on to 2020 forecasts, so now the vertical line, so we refitted the model, and the vertical line is now at the end of February 2020. And the patterns look generally similar for these younger ages. So I'll just spend too much time on this, and again, I'm predicting for the infants. Then when we move to the older ages, you can clearly see the two main waves that we had in England and Wales in the spring of 2020 and winter 2020 and early 2021. And then looking in between those waves, we zoom in, we can see that the points are generally lying in the intervals. Sometimes they seem to be above or below the kind of median line. But I think as other speakers mentioned, we might not expect entire counts to just go back to normal in between the waves. So now I'll move on to the forecast of our calculations of excess deaths. So I've used the iterations of the model to get kind of a distribution of excess deaths, and then these are the 95% prediction intervals for those for each of the age groups. So males are in purple and females in green. And the numbers represent the median excess deaths as of the 20th of August 2021. So we can see that because our model is underestimating the deaths for infants, we can see that we've got positive values here for age 0, and then it's negative for 1 to 14, and then increases as we move to the older ages. The males are always higher than females, but then this reverses for ages 85 plus. And you can see we have much larger uncertainty about the excess deaths for females, which is something that we've been investigating recently. And then when we look at the combined ages, here again you can see that uncertainty propagates through, and the intervals are again quite wide here. But this is where I will show you model 2. So this is where we're estimating the parameters jointly across sex. So you can see that when we do that, which is click clean, then you can see that the uncertainty has reduced quite a lot by doing that. The actual numbers of excess deaths hasn't changed very much, but that might be one way that we can get the model forward to try and kind of understand more about that uncertainty. Just to compare those numbers, I've got them again here in the top table. So just to show you that they are pretty similar, and when they're combined, there's a difference of about 1,000 in each case. And then I've also just done a quick comparison with the work of Roberto et al., which I mentioned earlier. So in their paper, they give values for the estimated excess deaths as of 26th or end of June 2020. And so I compared those with what we would estimate under our model, and in this case we're around 3,500 larger than Burton, and then as of the 20th of November, again, so now it's increased to around 9,000, difference from around 9,000. And this is likely to be largely coming from the fact that we're incorporating those long-term trends and those declines, which mean that our estimated deaths will be lower, and so the excess mortality will be higher. So to conclude, our method incorporates information about long-term trends for estimating excess mortality and the potential to give more accurate predictions than we just use short-term trends. And we can also decompose the deaths by single year of age or for weekly deaths. And in terms of further work, as I mentioned, we want to get a better understanding of the drivers of the uncertainty, and also look at accounting for dependence or correlation across time and age and sex, which I already showed you an idea of how we can do that for sex. And perhaps another area of further work is to adapt this infant model to account for the recent trends in infant mortality that we've seen, and make it more applicable to this weekly context when we're looking at a shorter time interval. So thank you very much for listening, and it'd be great to hear any comments or feedback you have.
Yeah, thank you. Amazing work. Thanks. Again, there is time for any comments or reactions from the audience. I can see the applause there, but no raising hands. We can also discuss all the three papers all together, not only one of them.
Well, just to start, okay?
Yeah, sure.
While the others are gathering there, so it's for sure. We had some experience with some similar estimations, so I do know that this was really a lot of work and it was really interesting and fantastic. But on the other hand, it said that it was more accurate because it relied on rather long-term trends than on short-term trends, and I think that is the major question we should think about, because if so, it's somehow there was an assumption behind of this that the long-term terms are the terms. So basically, we are going to live for forever. There is an ever increasing life expectancy, and that is the normal. And if there is something different, that is just a temporal thing, which should be, that is just a disturbation in the process when the life expectancy just go up and everything is increasing, and that's a big question to me. So I think that it's basically a big question to everyone for making forecasting and just thinking about what is the truth or what will come. Also, what will come. Hopefully, there will be end of this, virus phase, and after then, what kinds of scheduled mortality will take, whether there will be a heritage from the long-term or the short-term trends, or there will be a big aftermath. So I think it's a really big question, what is the more accurate method at the moment based on the short-term or on the long-term trends. So I'm just raising the question to everyone, opening the floor.
Yeah, thank you. There's place for any reactions. Maybe everyone has to think more about this question, because
about this particular
no prompt reaction.
Yeah.
Maybe I can add a question to everyone dealing with COVID, not only the authors of these three papers, but I'm sure that it's a bit annoying question, but do you have a specific expectations for the upcoming season, for autumn or winter? Because I think, based on our experience here in Czechia, I think that everyone dealing with COVID has many questions like that. What do you expect for the autumn, for the winter? So I'm just curious about your expectations and your outlooks. And while we are thinking about it, I think there was a question from Ilya. Yeah? If it is a question, then Ilya can ask it.
We don't hear you, Ilya.
Yeah. Aha. He cannot unmute. That's a bit of problem for asking a question, but we can solve it if Ilya, if you can write it again so we can read it. And in the meantime, yeah, we have the note from Katalin, and I asked about the expectations from you experts for the upcoming season. If you have any expectations according to the development of the COVID pandemics. Or anyone can have.
I think it's a really interesting comment that you made about short-term trends versus long-term trends, because I've really noticed it with the infant mortality part of the model that the overall the model isn't fitting that badly if you look over the past 40 years or so, and it might be very likely that this slowing in infant mortality might start declining again quite soon. And so I think it really is an interesting balance as to whether the short-term trends and long-term trends are more useful or important, because it's difficult when you show results there and it doesn't really look like the model is fitting to the actual infant mortality death counts that we're seeing. So I think it is a challenge. It's difficult when we don't know the true values of excess mortality, that it's something that we're estimating, because it's not just simply the COVID deaths, it's something more complex. So it's difficult to really test if the model is right. So I think it's definitely something that I'll keep in mind.
Yeah, thank you. Ella is coming back again, trying to ask the question. Is better now? Yeah, it seems working perfect.
Very sorry for the technical problems, but
no problem, thanks.
Okay. Well, maybe if you allow first a snarky comment on predicting the future again. Let me remind that we expected to meet all together in Prague for this event. Yeah, so I think this illustrates a lot how we tend to think too positively. But the discussion point that I really wanted to bring up is regarding the cohort projections that Martin told us about. And I think first of all, it's a very important and clever democratic thing to do, to try looking in the cohort perspective. But I really don't have a clear answer about the correctness of the idea to estimate the average loss of lifespan due to COVID, due to any cause of death, but COVID in particular. Maybe I can put my thoughts together and meanwhile ask Martin to comment on this. Do you think it's the question is correct to estimate the average shortening of the lifespan due to one particular cause of death. Because nobody ever dies of any, we never see an event where the whole population is dying from one specific cause of death.
Yes, it's an interesting comment. Also, laptop died, but you can see me on the other screen and you can hear me. Right, so I think first, like there is a lot of demographic mortality models are based on this independence assumption, right? That is often very questionable, but I mean, at least it's a very good starting point. And of course, we don't really know the answer because it is this competing effects in different ways. But I mean, I think it is a reasonable starting point to view it as an exogenous impact over one point in time, like you would interpret an airline crash or something like that. At least there is some scientific interest of that approach. But yeah, this independence assumption, of course, is questionable in both directions.
Yeah, I think there are two separate lines of question here. The first one is whether, the question that I asked whether it's a valid question to calculate average lifespan shortening for any given specific cause of death. And I think another interesting question is whether it's reasonable to assume a completely one-time temporary shock of any event. So in a way, a lot of criticism that we hear about period life tables is that, people are saying we're not going to stuck in 2020 forever, yeah? So it doesn't the assumption of the synthetic cohort is not going to happen in any cohort. But on the other hand, the assumption that goes in your model that after 2020 everything would just suddenly jump back to pre-2020 is also a very big assumption, and there are opinions that it is unlikely to ever happen.
Yeah, I mean, I can only agree, of course, that it is an assumption, but it's a good starting point, I would say.
Oh, I agree on this. Yeah.
Yeah, Patrick?
Yeah, just one thought. Life expectancy is a kind of condensed indicator, but the baseline underlying it is the age-specific mortality risk. So anyway, you can expect that next year, age-specific mortality rates will again become the similar ones as the year before COVID, if COVID disappears. If COVID continues in new forms to arise, yes, then there is no reason why life expectancy would go back to normal or would go back to the previous COVID period. But as it is just an indicator of an event, you look at what happened in countries where there was a sudden war, and you see that this life expectancy indicator was indeed dropping dramatically. But after the war in countries like Burundi or Rwanda, you can see that the year after it, life expectancy was again as the previous war life expectancy, because you are measuring this age-specific death rates. So if indeed the assumption is wrong that COVID will disappear and that COVID will continue to have mortality as one of the causes that is important for some age groups, then we can expect that it will not go back to normal. But there is also this theory about the shock of a flu, or in this case COVID, that some people who are the frailty hypothesis, that some people died in the crisis and then that there will be an attenuation because the most frailty of the population died in this first year of the COVID crisis. So there's also another possibility to be not only pessimistic about the possibilities you can have for the future. But of course, future is always something we don't know.
Yeah, I could also add one more thing, right? So if other people want to use this cohort life expectancy approach, like we only used it in 2020, right? So at the very minimum, you should use it for 2021 in the future and 2020, of course. That's an obvious limitation with what we were doing.
Yes.
Martin, do you agree that in a way, you are, I'm thinking how to formulate it properly and nicely, but you're sort of playing on the field of misinterpreting life expectancy indicator as an indicator that shows average longevity, which under all the assumptions that we usually load on life expectancy calculation, we should never interpret it.
But we do.
And it also, we do, but in a way, it's rather unlucky that life expectancy is measured in years. That we all tend to easily translate to something to longevity of our own lives. Yeah. It's just a scale of the mortality indicator that we're using.
But there is great societal importance in calculating the cohort life expectancy. We have like pension schemes that needs to be balanced, and like there is clearly a value there of some point, right? Realistic or not, we have to make cohort life expectancy forecasts for how long people are actually going to live, right or wrong.
Yeah. Any other comments or notes? I think this is a wonderful discussion, and I think it's needed for us, because this is what we should think about, I think. So it's perfect.
Hi, this is Marcus.
Yeah, hi, Marcus.
From the Karolinska Institute. I just want to add to the discussion, not really being for or against something, but if we think about how to interpret period life expectancy and also cohort life expectancy as a summary measure of what is going on in 2020 and in the future, one thing which, at least I haven't heard it, hasn't been mentioned, is that one thing is the COVID mortality we have seen in 2020, but the other thing is the aftermath of, the lockdown mode, which occurred in many countries, and this is like cancer screenings that have considerably declined, and all sorts of other things that will, in the long term, maybe also alter priority distributions in the population, and perhaps also, at least for the midterm, death rates. When we, for instance, consider the case that cancers are screened at a later stage, perhaps survival from these cancers is declining and maybe cancer mortality rising. So this is something we can only speculate right now, since, the follow-up time is not that long, but I think that's also something we need to consider when we want to think, or when we want to think about the fact what the COVID pandemic will have in the long run, how will it affect life expectancy or also cohort life expectancy. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for the note. Perfect. You have a reaction?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I've got a question for Joanne. I was wondering, with a colleague of mine, we did some projections for Spain to 2031, having a no pandemic projection, and then three scenarios for three COVID scenarios. One would go back to 2020 to the situation pre-COVID, and then several other ones. One of the things, of course, what happened in Spain, and although I know you didn't do projections, but you did go well into 2021, is that in Spain, fertility declines by about 10%. And of course, you only looked at mortality, but the thing is that infant mortality, because of a decline in fertility, you're going to have a decline also in infant mortality, simply because you're going to have 10% in the case of Spain, fewer births in 2021. So I was wondering, did you look into that, or the effect of infant mortality decline as a result of fertility decline?
That's a really good question. I do kind of work on fertility as well, but I so far kind of kept them separate. So I hadn't really thought about that. I don't know if my co-authors are here. I don't know if they have any comments on it.
I don't. Sorry, I'm Jason Helper, so I'm working on this with John. I mean, I suppose. So there's that. I think there's two different questions there. So one is, I would imagine that the problem with what we have at the moment is that we're relying on for our exposures aren't ideally placed for estimating infant mortality because we haven't yet got round to trying to calculate exposures, including those deaths and births from 2020 in the data, if you see what I mean. So it could be that our exposures are out as a result of the fact we're not taking into account the fact that births declined during 2020. So I think that's one thing. I think we have our model is underfitting, not predicting infant mortality particularly well, even before the pandemic declined. So there's probably something else going on there anyway. So I think there's two potential problems there. I think infant mortality itself shouldn't be affected by the changes in births necessarily, unless there's some sort of selection effect, in terms of who's having the children, because we're looking at the rates rather than the counts. But there could definitely be.
But you showed excess mortality. I'm saying because you showed excess mortality in terms of numbers. So although you're working with rates, you end up trying to quantify them in terms of deaths. So you're going to have fewer births, so fewer deaths if your rates are going to be the same.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's something we should probably think about a bit more. That's a good comment. Thank you.
For the infant mortality in Belgium, we did have lower fertility, but astonishingly, we did also have lower mortality. And that was not related to fewer births, but it was really lower mortality, even if you take into account the lower number of births. And one of the hypotheses is that, in fact, due to the lockdown measures and all the distancing measures, etc., that infectious disease has been lower at the moment of birth, and so that there was an important risk factor that has been eliminated, and explaining a drop in infant mortality from about 20%. So that was something unexpected. I am not sure it's correct, the interpretation, but that's the interpretation that is for the moment about this phenomenon. And I read something similar about the Netherlands, that they indeed have also lower infant mortality during the COVID year. And just one thing about Marcus Ibbeling, his remark, I think we have also to take into account maybe the effects of long COVID. There's, I think, an underestimation of the number of persons, and especially younger persons, who are hit by long COVID. So what will be the impact on health and health in general, but also on later life mortality? It's not clear if there will not be an impact at all, or if there will be some important incidents on the long run, for instance, cohort estimations of life expectancy.
On this, yeah. So first, I could just add that I also think Marcus' comment was very good. But on this exposure comment, we calculate the crew death rate in our report. And then we also run into this exposure versus deaths issue because international migration totally collapsed in 2020. It was the largest demographic impact. And for the life expectancy calculations, it didn't really make an impact, but for the crew death rate, it had a big impact. So that's another issue you end up with when you have these counterfactual issues.
Yeah, still we have time for discussions. We can come back to it maybe later. I can use the time for small instructions if you don't mind, and we can come back to the discussion, but there are some technical notes if you don't mind. Because after the end of this wonderful discussion and of this session, there is time for something very informal and simple social event. That means that we can stay here for a while and have some refreshment, and the online participants can do the same. However, we cannot provide you the refreshment and the wine. You have to do that yourself. But you
we can compare.
We can compare it, but you can join us. We can stay in this Zoom session, and you can be on our big screen, and you can see us, and we can see you. We can talk to each other, and moreover, there is a special application which I was asked to show you, because there is also the poster session. So I would like to share my screen for a while, and I will show you, sorry, this is mine. I will show you the application. This is not the right one, this is one. If you logged in, Together Town, my colleagues are more experienced in it, so maybe they can also help you. But if you logged there, you have to select a figure representing you and write down your name. And then you can move in this space. And if you push letter X or X, you can open some documents and go through and interact with all the stuff there. And usually what you need, those are the arrow keys, and you can move through this space. There are some private spaces. If you enter this private space, you can meet anyone there, and you can talk to each other. You can see your friend, you can talk to each other, and nobody can hear you. So this is for private chat. Be careful about this big place, because in this place you can talk to everyone in this application. Everyone can hear you, but maybe you will need it. And yeah, what's important is the poster session. And I would like to kindly remind the authors of the posters to send us the PDF with your poster. We have some missing posters still. The posters will be in this place, and the green ones are already prepared. Again, you can put yourself near by the poster, put X, and you can see the poster. And we would like to ask the authors of the posters to find their poster. It's not so difficult. And to, during the poster session, to stay there and to be prepared to discuss with other authors. I can see Kevi here. Okay, when I come back to, when I come close to a person, you can see the chat or the video opening, and we can chat to each other or talk to each other. So again, when I come close to some poster X, and I can see the poster. So be prepared tomorrow, please, during the poster session for a discussion. What's now important, that, as I mentioned, is the social event. We have two parts of the social event. This is the more formal one, there are some more or less funny videos about Prague, so you can go through it and enjoy it. I have to find the door, and because I have the panel here. And there is the second part of this social event. It looks empty, but it is not, because here in the middle there is again some interactive point. If you push X, you are here with us using Zoom. So do not hesitate to use it. Try anything what it could do for you, and we can meet here for the social event. So I hope that it was clear and you know what to do and how to get to the poster session tomorrow and what's important to find your posters. So please use this application. You cannot be here directly, but you can meet your friends in these private spaces or anywhere in this space. Anywhere where you meet a friend, just go near to this friend and start to chat and start to talk to them. So that's all from me. I stop sharing this picture, and if we have some notes from Pratik, thank you. And we can go back to a discussion if you would like to, or we can move forward to the final part of today's, that means the social event. So there is time for any questions and comments and notes. If not, then we will finish the online stream to YouTube. That is my last remark. We are streaming this workshop on YouTube. And we have some visitors there. Someone is watching, or there was around 10 people during the day. It's not too much, but there are. So a note for these YouTubers or YouTube visitors, they can leave us a message. There is a possibility to comment or leave there a question. Those are only passive participants. So we can check whether there are some questions during the day. Now we have no questions there. So we will stop the sharing of this workshop to the YouTube, and we can continue only in Zoom and in this room on the social event and meet us together again. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for being here with us. And now I'm just moving to stop the online stream on YouTube. So thank you for being here. And tomorrow, last note, tomorrow we should start very, very early